Good morning, everyone. A very warm and inclusive welcome to Dublin. I'm Dr. Neil Ward. Today we will be going through a fabulous programme, but we must stick to timings. So every now and again you'll hear a little tinkle. We're not doing Irish time today. I'm wearing an orange tie, so if anyone needs to find me, I think I'm the only person in the room. There's a lot of orange around, but I'm the only person with an orange tie. First of all, there are no planned fire drills today. I've checked with the staff, there are no planned fire drills, but there are fire exits on the back wall, to the right, to the left, and there are plenty of staff to get everybody out safely in the unlikely event that the alarm will go. May I ask you all to please put your phones onto silent or turn them off now, as it does disturb the speakers. We will be having some sessions which are Q&A. Please raise your hand and a roving microphone will be brought to you and you will be introduced. It's a fabulous program, but while in between at coffee breaks or if you're missing a session, please go to the upper ground where we have exhibitors, partner organisations, posters, friends, sponsors and supporters all eager to greet you. And for those of you who are claiming CPD points, remember to sign in. The register is just outside. In a moment, we will begin today with a Fighting Blindness Visionaries Choir led by musical director Frank Kelly. But before we go there, I'd like to just introduce you to Jeremy D'Souza from Retina International, and he's come all the way from Australia. So a big round of applause for Jeremy.
Thank you very much, and welcome to day 2 of our conference. Today's focus is on patient engagement, so how we as a community can be involved, meet new people and old friends, and share experiences and strategies with living with the vision impairment. It's an opportunity for us to learn more about your own condition with sessions that we have on IRDs and AMD. There's a public and patient involvement workshop later on this afternoon and various panel sessions, particularly our Spanish-speaking sessions, which will be something new in our program. So I know today's tight on time, so I won't take up too much more of the time, but it's just wonderful to see, as a global organisation of which Retina International is, to see so many of our global membership here, hosted by our Irish members. So without further ado, I'd like to welcome you to enjoy today's solid program and start off with the beautiful voices of our Visionaries Choir. Thank you very much.
Wishing us Thank you. Is this on? It is. Very good. Good morning, everybody. I'm Frank Kelly, and along with my daughter Rebecca and another daughter, Emily, who looks after the choir, we look after the choir. We rehearse them, we direct them. We're also vision impaired, and this is a wonderful, unique choir of vision impaired and blind people. And we have a little program for you, and we hope you enjoyed that first one. It's a bit like kind of one of our anthem songs, because we like to feel good, don't we? So we're going to sing you now two songs from film themes. The first one is a good old film. Starred Gene Kelly and others. Anybody know what it is? Singing in the Rain, that's it. And we're going to sing the theme music from Singing in the Rain. And the second one we're going to sing is completely different. A lovely, dreamy piece will have you all asleep from a film that starred, I think Johnny Depp was in it, wasn't he? And it's from Wonka Chocolate Factory, and it's called Pure Imagination. Thank you. 1, 2, 3.
Sing, 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 singing in the rain. Sing, sing, singing in the rain. Sing, 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 singing in the rain. Sing, 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 singing in the rain. Sing, sing, singing in the rain. Sing, sing, singing in the rain. Singing in the rain. Why
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, we're going to follow this with two Irish songs, one Oscailge, Os Béarla. I'm coming and going here off English, okay? Because we have a lot of international visitors here. How many people here are not from Ireland? Woo! Oh, I think you can do better than that. How many people here are not from Ireland? Loads of you, that's great, okay? Because you see, we have to all hear, yeah? Because we can't see you. So, we're going to sing you two songs. Now, this first song we're going to sing is a very, very beautiful song. It's a setting of a poem by William Butler Yeats, one of our famous Irish poets at the beginning of the 20th century. And this song is lovely because it's actually one of the very first songs this choir learned. 8 years ago, 9 years ago now, is it, lads? It's getting towards 9, John, isn't it? And it's only in two parts. The men sing one part and the ladies sing another, because that's where we were at when we started out. A lot of people in this choir had never sung in a choir before. You wouldn't know it now, would you? Aren't they wonderful? Yes. Thank you. But this song, anyway, was the first that we sang, so it kind of gives you an idea of where we've come from. And it is very beautiful, Down by the Sally Gardens by William Butler Yeats. And the second one we're going to sing is one we sang on television last year in a competition run by T.G. Cahir called Curfew. And it's an arrangement I made myself a number of years ago of the famous Irish song, Bege na Camórach. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about it because if you're not Irish and you don't understand Irish, you'll want to know. First of all, the sopranos, they're a young one, okay? In the song, she's told you're not 9 or 10 yet. When you're 13, you'll be big. That's what her mother tells her, okay? And her father. Over here, we've got the men and the altos, and they're kind of the parents. You'll see what I mean when we sing the song, okay? So the men over here and the altos, they're the parents kind of trying to get the young one to behave herself. She wants to go to the fair in Kerry, okay? Clár, Cunta an Clár, in Clare. And they don't want to let her go because she's only 9 or 10. And they want her to be good. And she says, well, I want to go and I want to dance and sing. And you'll hear in the middle of the song, it kind of goes into dancing and singing kind of music. And then at the end, she says, the young one says, I don't want to marry a fella with gold braids on his shoulders in the army. I want to marry my young shoemaker, love. Okay? Even though she's only 10. Oh my God. That's what it was like in Ireland 150 years ago. Okay? But anyway, we hope you enjoyed the two songs. Thank you.
Down by the Sally Gardens, my love and I, gracie bro. Sawari na liki tukanailing may. Sawari na liki tukanailing may. Sawari na liki tukanailing may. Sawari no na hiligay.
Sawari na liki tu, sawari na liki tu,
You two then are hanging folks. You two then are hanging folks. You two then are hanging folks. Retreat to retreat, take fate to more. Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari no na hiligay. Rika, kana kyolis crack. Rika, kana kyolis crack. Rika, kana kyolis crack. Sawari no na hiligay.
Furlong fame, a gracie bro. Furlong fame, a gracie bro. Furlong fame, a gracie bro. Now if you can girl, we don't see you.
Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari na liki tu kanailing may. Sawari no na hiligay. Sawari na liki tu, sawari na liki tu, sawari na liki tu kanailing.
Weren't they fabulous? The Fighting Blindness Visionaries Choir, we are so, so proud of them. It's now my pleasure to welcome and invite our first speaker to the stage. He's a mental health exponent across the USA. He's an entrepreneur of excellence. Furthermore, he's a Tony Award-winning Broadway producer. The list you think would be extensive enough, but he's a very effective political activist, and he lives with Stargardt disease. I'd like to welcome to the podium our new friend, Dr. Paul Boskind.
Good morning. The Visionary Choir. I used to sing in choirs. I don't know how they do it. Most of them are blind, definitely visually impaired, me too. Who am I anyway? Am I my resume? That is a picture of a person I don't know. I'm auditioning, guys. What do you think? So, because I can't see pictures, I also cannot see faces. I have Stargardt's disease, and that means I have, well, it also means I talk with my hands, and I'm going to move these microphones around, I guess. But I have central vision loss. So as I look around, everything in the center is blurred and obscured. There's no clarity. And that's just the nature of the beast of how I get around these days. Now, it wasn't always that way. At the age of 21, I knew that something was wrong with my eyes. And I went to an ophthalmologist who referred me to an eye specialist and to an optometrist. They were trying to figure it out. At some point in the process, the ophthalmologist said, "We think we know what's going on. You have Stargardt's disease." That means that the cells in the center of the retina, which is at the back of the eye, are dying off. And more of them will die off. And you're going to go blind. I was 21 when I got this news. I was dumbfounded, gasped. I said, okay, well, what do I do when that happens? And when will this happen? And the answer was, well, we don't know for sure because it's different for different people. But you'll be the first to know. Ugh. Okay, and then what do I do? What do I do at that point? He said, well, go to the emergency room. This ophthalmologist was, well, he didn't have the best bedside manner. He gave me no referrals for support to a psychologist or a counselor or to support groups or here you can read about this and learn more about Stargardt disease. None of that happened. I hope that's not the case today with the other professionals, but I suspect it still sometimes is, and that's unfortunate. Has that happened to any of you guys where you had a bad early story of the diagnosis and prognosis? Yeah, okay, I'm not alone. I get it. Thank you for sharing that. So I ended up getting pretty damn sad and depressed. And I remember a few weeks later, I was in bed during the middle of the day, sleeping. That'll tell you something. But my dad appeared, and he came in, and he said, Paul, you've got to get up. You've got to get out of bed. You've got to get a job, and you need to go back to school. And he was right, and I heard him. And I said, okay, and that's what I did. I grew up in San Antonio, Texas, so I was studying at the University of Texas in San Antonio. But I had changed my major 7 times. I was floundering. I had changed universities 3 different times. And I decided, okay, I'm going to go blind. I don't know when that's going to happen, but I better get my act together. And so I went back to school, and I graduated with my undergrad in a very short framework, because I was hustling. And then I got accepted into the master's program in clinical psych at St. Mary's University, also in San Antonio. And then subsequently, I found myself in an interview with the chair of the department of Hofstra University in New York City. I could tell the interview was going well. She was impressed with me. I have good verbal skills. I was charming. And she was leaning in, and she was interested. And she said, okay, with a big smile, but how are you going to pay for tuition? And my response was, well, I just sold an acre of land for $30,000. And she said, what? And I said, well, yeah, when I was 21, I bought my first home. It was on 1 2/3 acres, and I just sold the 1 acre corner lot. And tuition at Hofstra was $30,000 a year. And I said, not only that, I've worked hard. I was a good paper boy. From middle school to high school, I had a huge mega paper route, and then I managed other paper boys. But I saved money for college, and I did that because my parents were not going to be in a position to help me out. Well, the background story is that Dad's an entrepreneur, which means that he's self-employed, which means he didn't have a regular paycheck. And growing up, we would have the utilities turned off seemingly every other month because he didn't pay the electric bill. He was in charge of groceries and the electric bill. Mom was the one in charge of making the house payment. She wasn't going to let him do that because he wasn't as responsible. And I remember he also sold salvage. He got his hands on batches and batches and cartons of cornflake cereal. So he was thinking, wow, if I have to pay for groceries, I got it made in the shade with all the cornflakes. But growing up, I'd say, Dad, what's for dinner? And he'd say, cornflakes. What's for lunch? I'm hungry. Cornflakes. And then I'd say, but we don't even have any milk. And he'd say, use water. Dad was interesting. I said, I want to go to the orthodontist. I've got these crooked teeth. He said, you don't need an orthodontist. All you need to do is push right there every day, several times a day, push your teeth back, and you can figure out how to straighten them yourself. Do you think that worked? No, that did not work. That's just the nature of the beast with Dad. But he was also a real estate broker, so I learned about buying and selling land. He was also a used car salesman, so I learned about going to the auto auction and buying cars, and then selling them and making money, and then reinvesting that money and getting a better and a better and a better car. So there were some benefits of growing up with his interesting get-rich schemes, but the benefit for me was that I learned how to do it differently from him. I, as you all heard, am a psychologist. So I got my undergrad degree in psychology, and then I got accepted into the master's program. And then I had the big interview at Hofstra University and was able to impress and got the offer of, I want to offer you a slot in the program at Hofstra University. So I said, I'll accept that offer and moved to New York City. I was legally blind. I used low vision aids, and, but I was doing okay. And for several decades, the vision was stable. So the prognosis I got about you're going to go blind, I remember saying, when you say blind, do you mean pitch black, dark, can't see anything blind? And he said, yes. Anyway, that was tough news. But I moved back to Texas. I got a job with a large medical group practice, and I served with the other behavioral health providers, meaning psychiatry, psychology, social work, counselors, and I honed my clinical skills. And some 6 or 7 years later, I decided to go into private practice. And that was the best thing I ever did. I learned quickly that I could enhance my income by 2 or 3 times as much in private practice. Well, that practice, I ended up buying a building in the Deer Oaks office park. And I named the practice Deer Oaks Mental Health Associates. I knew at the time that this was going to be bigger than me. And it certainly has become quite large. I got a lot of referrals. I had a specialty in children and adolescents, but I actually had the full gamut of training from infant stimulation to the geriatric population and everything in between. I was a generalist psychologist, meaning, thank you. Could you hear that I was like, yeah. And as a generalist, it meant that I could see anything that sort of walked in the door and be able to handle and help and assist. But I was a tough therapist. I expected a lot from my patients. And that meant that if I was working harder than them, I wasn't interested. I remember a mom who came in with her 10-year-old son, and she said, he's unruly at school, he's bullying other kids, he's talking back to the teacher. The school said, you've got to get this kid into counseling. So she brought him to me and said, can you fix him? And I said, no, I can't fix him, but I can help you change his behavior. I said, you're the expert on your son. I can do this. So I met with the kid a few times, and I realized all that acting out oppositional defiant behavior came from somewhere else. His mom and dad had divorced. His dad had moved out. He was mad at his mom for this. And I said, you must really miss your dad. And he said, yes, I do. And he cried. And I got his mom out of the waiting room and said, I want you to join the therapy session. And then the two of them cried together. And we understood why he was so mad at mom, because he saw it as her responsibility and that he couldn't see his dad in the way that he once did. But what I also learned from that and know from that is people act out with anger and frustration. I do it too. And when I'm irritable, grouchy, and cranky, I kind of go, okay, Paul, I think I know what's going on. My vision has declined and declined in the last 5 or 6 years pretty dramatically. I know that if I get sad, I need to embrace it. I know it's okay to cry. And I do a lot of crying because it's this ongoing decline and trying to learn how to cope and get around in the world with the vision loss. And I know many of you in this room also are and or have experienced some tremendous vision loss. And I know it's not easy. In fact, it sucks. Do you agree? Yeah. It's awful. It's not fun. It's it's difficult and it's a constant struggle to adapt. And that's what I do, but I don't like it. So what have we learned so far? I have a home in San Antonio. I moved back to the New York City area because I went this way and that way, and I go back and forth. And I have a newfound third residence right here in Ireland. I did the 23andMe genetic testing, and I was shocked to find out that I was predominantly Irish. So what do you do when you discover you're Irish? You go to Ireland. Here I am. I went with my then husband at the time, and we stayed in castles, we looked at castles, and ultimately we bought a castle. So I'm the proud owner of Clonbrock Castle in County Galway, and it's a 6-story tower house. And it was rubble, but it also had some other properties that were habitable that made it easy for me to be there and stay there. And I've been coming to Ireland now for the past 6 years on an ongoing basis to work with the engineers, the architects, the carpenters, the electricians, and to help with the design. My castle is sort of like my other homes in the US, meaning I live in a penthouse, or one in San Antonio and one in New York City. And those are really nice finish outs. And so my castle, when you walk in, you wouldn't think it's a castle. It doesn't have wooden floors and sand on the floor. It is pretty spectacular. I just finished a new modern addition to the castle, a 3,000 square foot glass and steel addition, literally just in the last 2 months. And I'm back here to be able to stay in it with no more workers. I'll have it to myself, and there's some 36 acres on the property. Vision loss. I would find going back and forth that I would discover some dramatic changes in my vision that I was not familiar with, unaware, unexpected. When you're in New York, you don't drive a car, or I don't. And the truth is, I had been driving a car even though I was legally blind up until just about 12 years ago. In Texas, I had to get my license renewed, and they said, okay, read this eye chart. And I said, okay, I see the E at the top. They said, well, what else can you read? I said, that's it. I don't see any more. And the lady said to me, well, I don't believe you're going to be getting your license renewed today. And I said, no, that doesn't make sense. I drove here myself. My car's in your parking lot. I'm going to get in the car again, and I'm going to drive myself home. I'm a safe driver. And she said, well, if you get a letter from your ophthalmologist, this is what they allow in Texas, and then you show us, you take the driving test, and you prove that you're a good driver, we'll renew your license. And that's exactly what happened. I passed with flying colors. So, but going back from New York to San Antonio, when I got in the car in San Antonio and I drove down my neighborhood street, I realized, whoa, everything is, there's no clarity, it's blurry, and I'm struggling. I can see the cars on the side of the road, and I recognize my neighbors' houses, but again, everything was obscured. And I drove around the block, drove back into my driveway, turned off the ignition, pulled out the key and said, Paul, you're done. There will be no more driving for you. Whew, that's a big step, and it's a big loss of independence. But I did the right thing. And tell you more about my Deer Oaks practice. We talked about me being hard on patients, but I got a reputation as getting results. And we worked a lot with the abused and neglected kids that many of my colleagues, other psychologists, would say, oh no, Paul, you can't deal with the sexual abuse directly. You might re-traumatize them. And I said, bullshit. They can handle it. They know why they're here. They know why they've been referred. I know why they've been referred, and it's okay. We're going to talk about it. And boy, it's just like the little 10-year-old boy who was able to cry, and when they're able to grieve and deal with the loss, they can get better. And my message to you guys, as someone with a visual impairment and a declining ability to see, and as a psychologist, please feel free. Please do it. Be sad. I know I've talked to some of you folks over the last few days, and there's a lot of people in this room whose vision is getting worse and worse. And I asked, do you cry about it? And the answer is, yes, I do. I want you guys to be willing to cry. Don't run from it. Don't say, I don't have to worry about it because there's going to be a cure. I'm going to distract myself with other activities and things of interest. You need to deal with it, and it's okay to deal with it, even though it's hard. There's emotional pain. You've got to take the time to experience it. Sorry that it hurts so much, but it helps us get to the other side and feel better over time. I found myself during the pandemic dictating on my iPhone stories of my life. Well, they ended up getting compiled and into a book. I have a publisher, I have an editor, and the book is called The Blind Man Game, a memoir of art, activism, and adaptation. I'm still adapting. The art referred to my interest in theatrical arts, but also I'm an art collector. I have a number of Warhol paintings or prints, and Picasso and Damien Hirst. And people have said, well, Paul, because of your deteriorating vision, how can you appreciate art these days? And I don't see with clarity, but I am drawn to bright colors. In fact, just a few days ago in Dublin, I bought a beautifully bright, wonderful art piece. Life goes on. I'm looking for my future, guys. I pulled back from a lot of things, but my future is maybe meeting people here. Who knows? I'm open to it. I hope you too will be open to your future. It can be a good one. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Paul for a wonderful introduction. We have lots of breaks throughout the day, and we're very grateful to our volunteers. Many of them are researchers from our Dublin universities, particularly Trinity College, and also from Google Serve, who have donated freely of their time, and they've made it all possible, so I'd like to thank them. While we have plenty of breaks and we encourage people to meet and chat, we would ask that people are quiet when the Congress is in session, because only to be fair on speakers and fellow delegates. In 2 minutes' time, we will be able to welcome Dr. Elise Heon to the stage, who's going to chair a panel with us, and that should give us plenty of time for Q&A, because we've got some of the finest minds joining us on stage. So there'll be a 2-minute gap, and then Dr. Elise Heon will be on the stage. Thank you very much.
Good morning. It's an honor to be here. I'd like to thank the organizers, and I'd like to thank Paul. And it's a perfect segue to your talk, because we'd like to talk about reality. I'd like to invite my panel team. I'd like to invite Professor David Keegan, Professor Julie Silvestri, Mr. Russell Wheeler, and Ms. Silvia Cirolini. You can come up. I think they're shy. But so I've been doing this work for 30 years, and something that's been very frustrating is the fear of people to talk about the realities of their needs. And as a physician, I realize, since I've been hanging out with Retina International, sorry, that, perfect.
Neil just asked, just a 2-minute break, if that's okay. if
Oh,
you
sure.
want.
Okay, no, you just had to call them up.
No, he was saying 2 minutes.
Oh, okay. So I'll stop here and I'll come back. They asked me to stop for 2 minutes. You're in the dark, actually. Don't you move your chair forward? Don't you move the chairs forward?
Elise, will you come with me and we'll get a microphone to Paul on you, actually, because he's ready.
I'll sit down here.
Okay. I'm a French Canadian and we tend to not obey rules. So I apologize for that. So we're going to start over.
Closer to the mic.
But they said, don't use this. Okay. So I'd like to introduce our panelists. Professor David Keegan on the right, who's a vitreoretinal surgeon and a leading RD specialist. He's contributed immensely to this field. Next is Daniela Broberg, did I pronounce it right? Who's a patient advocate and a patient herself with vision loss. Silvia Cirolini is a patient advocate and mother of a visually impaired child. Professor Julia, I always thought it was Julia, but it's Julie Silvestri, who's a renowned RD specialist in Belfast. And Mr. Russell Wheeler, who's a patient advocate and father of a son with also visual impairment. So the purpose of this workshop is to discuss value and value of what's meaningful to you. And many years ago, I was part of a a private meeting discussing a new treatment, and so I was invited because I knew about the disease, and the sponsor said, so how are you going to assess that it works? And I said, like a naive clinician, I said, well, we're going to do this test, we're going to do this EOG, and it's like bulletproof. And a member of the government said, and what will that mean to the patient? And I felt really, really idiot. And I don't know. And for much too long, medicine has been top down. And it's time for the patient to educate us in what the needs are. And for that, there needs to be more talking about, like Paul said, who are you, okay? And what do you need? So if you don't tell us how you are visually and what your real needs are, it's difficult to make a difference. And so I just wanted to start with this because the purpose is you to feel empowered and to make noise about what you need. So I'd like to start with Russell as a father of a visually impaired child. Does your son tell you what he needs?
The short answer is he used to.
Okay.
He's living very much independently now. He's coming up nearly to 40 years old, so I could hardly describe him as a child. But I would also add that actually, and I don't often talk about my own specific disease or background, but in addition to having a son who's visually impaired, I have two other children who carry the same mutation, and my wife carries the same mutation, and my new grandson carries the same mutation. Any of them could go blind, and for this particular disease, you lose vision within the space of a couple of months from perfect vision to severely sight impaired. So my motivation is completely, I'm obsessed with trying to find treatments and cures for this. It's actually, we've been talking about value a lot over the last couple of days, and on Wednesday we were talking about the value of treatments to society and for the benefit of regulators. Yesterday, Thursday, I'm getting confused what day it is now. We were talking about the value to companies and researchers of the patient engagement in this process. And today, really, we're talking about the value to patients of these treatments. And I'm really conscious that we've got a panel here, actually, and only one of us is vision impaired. But I think in defense of my co-panelists and myself, we are all obsessed with trying to understand and empathize, and with Professor Keegan, Ian, and Julie here, you know, anyone that knows them knows they could not be more patient-focused, which is essential. And we need to communicate to all of these people. We need to communicate to regulators, to payers, and others. And it's also important, actually, that we are communicating not just our own experiences, but those of the wider community. Because if you ask 10 VI people what they want from a treatment, you could easily get 10 different answers.
And that's okay.
And Daniela, at the end here, I have to say, is one of the very special people that we have in the community, and there are quite a lot of them, who isn't, when she speaks, speaking only about her own experience, hugely informed though she is by that, but of the experience of others. So it's really trying to understand, because I know people who are nearly totally blind who don't want a cure, and that's fine. But I know another thousands of others who are desperate for a cure, and everything in between.
Thank you very much. So on this note, and I agree, decisions are individual. So on this note, I'd like to ask Daniela, who has a visual impairment, what has been your journey in your opportunity of manifesting your needs or explaining what you would like to see.
Thank you, Alice. First of all, I would like to say that I'm really very happy and I appreciate that we have this subject this morning, mental health. It's so important for us all. Microphone's not
Maybe
working?
hold the
Can you hear
microphone
me?
closer to your...
Okay. Can you hear me now? Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I can even hear myself. Okay, so this is a very, very important subject to all of us. And I'm really happy that we touched this today. And I'm really happy that Paul talked before us and approached this subject. So my journey was a little bit like Paul when I got my diagnosis at the age of 19. They told me, in 10 years' time, you're going to be blind. You have this disease. I did not even understand the name, retinitis pigmentosa. I had to write it down. I never heard of it. I thought I was the only one in the world to have that because it's a recessive genetics in our family. Am I too loud now? No, it's okay. And they referred me to the patient organization, which is Pro Retina Germany now. And but they said you're going to have to learn the cane training and the braille, and okay, goodbye. See how you cope. And I was really also I was shocked. I felt alone. I was devastated. And for I think like 3 months during the summer, I sat in our garden with my closed eyes and tried to imagine what it will be like to be blind. How can I cope? How can I have a family? How can I have a career? And at one point, I don't know how I did that, but I decided I don't want to live in this fear and anxiety throughout my life because I do not know what will happen. Maybe in 10 years' time, I'm going to be run over by a lorry, and I've always lived in this fear and pain. So this was like a game changer for me. So I tried to look at where I am now, in 1 month's time, in 1 year's time, and so on. So I really tried to look at where I'm standing now. And, but I did not really talk to my family about that. We were very, how do you say, mute about it. We did not talk. It was like a taboo. And I feel that with a lot of people that I see, you know, I have a peer counseling center in the University Eye Clinic of Bonn. So we are a group, we are a team of people who are all visually impaired. We have a special training, and we sit there 2 days a week. And the ophthalmologists, they send us their patients, so our peers. And I talk to a lot of people. We see like 250 people a year. And then in this situation, they begin to talk. They, and also, like Paul said, there's a lot of crying there, and that's okay. And we know what these people are going through, we know what they are talking about, and we know what we are talking about. And I have the impression that in this situation, there is no taboo. People can talk about their pain, about their anxiety, about their problems, if they are at eyesight with another peer. And this is what we are doing here when we are meeting in our conferences. And I really also would like to invite you on one hand, like Paul said, embrace it. Try to embrace it and cry if you can cry. But then we have to go one step further and really look at what we are still able to do and appreciate and also acknowledge what we cannot do. But on the other hand, appreciate and try to find what is your ability in life and try to find a quality in life. Elise said yesterday she wants to find a cure to improve the equality for life, for our life. Of course, we all want to find a cure, but so far, our vision is deteriorating, and we have to cope with it in a way. And so, I really actually would like to go into a discourse with you, with all of you. How are you coping, and what is your quality in life? This morning we saw the choir. They are singing, and it really lifts your spirits. Mm-hmm. For them, actually, I think it is quality in life. I would really like to know about you. How are you coping? What is your quality in life? And to get into interaction, maybe not now, I don't know, but maybe in the breaks or somewhere. Because I really think there is a lot about it, and we have to not wait for a therapy. Of course, we're all waiting for a therapy and we're all welcoming it. But in between, we need a lot of energy for what we do in everyday life, for what normally sighted people do not need. They cross the street like that, talking. But when I cross the street, I have to look left and right and listen to the to the sound if the lights make a sound. So we really have to see how we can cope and recharge our energies. When our battery is low in our phones, we plug it, and then it gets energy back. So how do we do that? And for me, I think getting into conversation with other peers, like we do in the Self-Help Service Center in Bonn, that gives a lot of energy and synergy. And as we are here meeting, and for me, I always I had an eye doctor who told me a long time ago, for you there will be no hope, there will be no therapy for you. And I'm a little bit thankful to him, because I was not really I was not depending on it, that there will be a cure. And funnily enough, I only got my mutations like 6 years ago, and it is RPE 65. But you know what? I'm too old, my vision is too bad. I won't get that cure. So let's go on and try to find quality in life in other ways. And I really want to encourage you to also, while we are waiting for a cure, to find what is helpful for you, what is your quality in life, and also to talk to other people. And like Paul said, embrace it, but also next step, see how you can go one step further, like, I don't know, singing or dancing or sports, whatever you do. I would like really to get into a discourse with you about mental health. Because Alice said also the other day, it's not only a disease about the eye, it's a social disease, it's an emotional disease, it's a mental disease, and we are here all together, and we can really get in discourse about this and maybe help each other.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniela. Thank you. So, Julie, in your practice, how do you bring in the dialogue or your patients open to discussing the realities of their life?
Yeah.
And what's important to them?
Yeah. You can hear me? Yeah, it's working. So in real terms, the time that is available for the consultation doesn't really allow for that in the UK, unfortunately. And if you open that dialogue, it could take some time. Yeah. So unfortunately, we tend not to. However, in the UK, we have the ECLOs, who are the Eye Care Liaison Officers, and two of ours are in the audience here, who do a fantastic job. So we're able to have a discussion with the ECLOs who would explore that more so. I really enjoyed the last talk. Paul's talk was excellent. We have really hardly any capacity, certainly in Northern Ireland, to have psychology and counselling.
So it's a big gap.
It's a huge gap. And just listening to all, it is really a huge gap. It just isn't there. And
that's
for us the
sometimes
problem.
it's not there because people don't talk about it, so the need is not clear, right?
Mm-hmm. It's more capacity for us. I don't know what it's like in Ireland, and maybe you're better placed, David. But if we refer somebody for psychology, counselling, you're waiting years.
David?
It's patchy, thank you. And Daniela's words are very powerful. Actually, we've got to talk about patient-reported outcome measures, and listening to you, I think we've shifted my thinking about that. I'll come to that, Avril. So it's patchy access to good psychological support services. And sitting in a room, big room like this, with people affected with vision impairment and blindness, or their loved ones are affected with vision impairment and blindness, I think it'd be churlish to say we get it right for everybody every time. We know we don't. Some people get a very good experience, and others get a less good experience, and some get no experience. So what we're really trying to do through all our initiatives, nationally and continentally, now with ERNs, is to try and harmonise that. And That's actually one of the goals of the ERNI low vision service, and it's built into that. In your country, does your healthcare provider have access not just to all the rehabilitation tools, but to psychological services or genetic counselling services? We've built that in, so we're collating that information. And what we'll try and do is take the examples of best practice. And we have a sense of parts of Europe are just brilliant. There's parts of the US and across the world are really exemplars of that patient's experience. And we'll try and bring that best practice to make it more commonly available. And that's equality of access is really what, and it cuts to the heart of management of any, I hate using the term disability because it doesn't seem to quite capture, right, but forgive me for using that, but just because I want to cover the broad spectrum, that inequality of access to appropriate services is right across the sector, be it limb-affected, neurological conditions, vision impairment that we have. So that equality of access that Julie touches on is really what we should be all striving for as clinicians. Can I make one point? Any ophthalmologists, particularly trainee ophthalmologists in the room, please remember those stories that Daniela and Paul have told us. It still hurts. And I don't want it to be too emotional, because he up here is a professional, but genuinely, it really hurts when you hear that story repeated at conferences like this time and time again. Patients will never forget the first consultation with their specialist. And if we've labelled ourselves as specialists, there's a responsibility that comes with that. Please get the words right and be empathic, even if you're praying.
It's important for patients to recognize that they're people. And doctors are people too, and some of a variable quality, right? And some have been raised differently. And so you need to feel the right to ask. And I think it's really important also is to understand. And it struck me recently, I started asking, do you actually know what the retina is? And people like, you know, it's there. But I find understanding the cause of your vision loss, I think is important to know which little aspects of your life could be modified to enhance your quality of life. We can't give a cure, but we can enhance the quality of life with better communication and better understanding. And for this, there's a new, it's embarrassing, but there's a new element in our practices that's going to progressively be integrated. Is called patient-reported outcome measures. And regrettably, in ophthalmology, or at least in the field of IRD, this is new. And it's a tool that's based as a questionnaire to assess how the challenges that the patient live impact their activities of daily living and their quality of life. And it's the only way that we can really understand what's going on, and it's the only way that you can measure the effect of a treatment on your quality of life. Because the reality is, for reimbursement of new treatments, we need to show that it improves the patient's quality of life. Yes, please.
Yes. So there was a question from the floor yesterday. It's like, can you not train the patients in reporting, you know, their outcomes? And I thought that was a good question, except it needs to be objective. It can't just be what the patient, because, you know, we all know that people who get placebo, which isn't the real thing in any trial, will feel better, some of them. So I was thinking, with all these tech people, could we not have a VR situation where you train them on, you know, can you find the hairbrush to brush your hair virtually? You know, can you find the chair that's vacant with different colors of chair? You know, nice bright one, and that, you know, scenarios like that, you know, and I'm sure there are people out there who can do that. And because what I'm hearing from the patients is stabilization.
Yes.
Is key. And look, we've got to stop getting, you know, cure would be great, improvement would be great, but what people want is stabilization. And if there was some way objectively on a VR headset to measure, I don't know, 10 parameters of what is actually helpful. I remember a patient saying, or somebody who'd had treatment, I think in the USH2A, saying, you know, how can it have failed? I wasn't able to use the ATM, and now I can. You know, so even a simulated use the ATM. I'm sure that that's possible in virtual reality. You know, and that would be objective. And we do have past history on most of our patients. So we do have an idea of how the progression is, the slope of progression. So even if we could show stabilization, and there were some very elegant presentations yesterday on visual fields and, you know, something like that, surely if you could show stabilization even over a 2-year period, it would be helpful.
That's excellent.
And there must be return of money for that, you know? So I don't know if...
Julie, can
That's
I,
a great
can I
idea.
build on that?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm Sylvia. I have a daughter, 10-year-old daughter, affected by inherited retinal dystrophy, a severe childhood onset. So I also, I mean, I'm a patient advocate, so I'm really involved in trying to accelerate treatment for her condition and beyond. But I also have a role in the pharmaceutical industry, so I actually understand from the inside how the broader system sees clinical development and you know, commercial drug development in general. Actually, what you're raising, Julie, is very, very important, and I cannot stress enough how this group can really be key in articulating the value and what the value is. And the word stability is the one I use most of the time, and a lot of our community uses a lot of the time, especially for slowly degenerative diseases. When my daughter was diagnosed, she was already severely sight impaired, but I keep saying I will sign with my blood to literally stop where she is right now, right? She can read in large font, she's able to see my face. That knowing of progressive sight loss, it's, and I'm sure a lot of you in the room will agree, is actually really, I mean, it's really the difficult part. I think, Daniela, you were touching on it. Not only from a physical standpoint, because you have to constantly readjust, and I see her over the last few years having to constantly readjust what she's using at school, what she's able to do with friends, and all of it, but also the mental aspect of it, which is really, really important. So, and even if I speak with some members of my community that are more advanced in terms of, you know, sight loss, what I keep hearing is even people with light perception will say, I want to maintain my light perception because that's useful for me. And of course, everybody here will love to get back to, you know, better vision, but even maintaining has value. Now, I think we probably all agree on that. Unfortunately, that's not how necessarily the system is recognizing from the outside. So when it comes to developing treatment, measuring treatment, the bar, it's still set at improving vision. And I know we had a discussion the other day. I also lost count of the days, right? So I'm like you. But we had a discussion the other day, and there was quite some frustration within the room when we're saying the bar is set too high. We actually, we will be happy with treatments that are slowing down. And the question is how you measure it. Yeah. And that's really where the rubber hit the road on. It's really hard in trials to, with a small patient population, to actually end up measuring. But I spend a lot of time when I have the chance to talk with regulators and companies and so on, to actually go back to stability as what really patients want. And we need to find better way and better measure to measure that. You touched, Julie, on the virtual reality. I don't want to kind of steal the table here for the academics and the experts, but there are actually efforts going on. You probably know that, I mean, the gene therapy for RP65 was approved based on a physical maze, so the patients were going through a maze, a labyrinth, at a different level of luminosity. I think Jim Bennett is still in the room, was kind of course, involved in that or leading that. But now I think that is actually quite cumbersome and quite expensive, both from a patient standpoint. I can tell you my daughter has gone through this maze, and it's like half a day in an underground, you know, no light. You're not actually allowed to go to the toilet because you need to adjust your, you know, the luminosity. So it's actually pretty hard on patients, and is also pretty cumbersome and costing from an equipment standpoint. So there has been quite a bit of progress in translating that concept of a maze into a virtual reality version. And I believe this has already been now proposed to the regulators as a potential new measure. So I think a couple of members of my community with my disease had the chance to try it in Philadelphia. So there is a lot going on. We need everybody to push. I mean, we need really the community across, from patients to clinicians, to push for first recognizing what's meaningful for us and really articulating and recognizing that. And second, demand better measures and better ways to meet what we want.
Yes,
Can I just jump in there for a second?
Yes, Daniela.
I find now also listening to you again, I find it so bitter to realize that other people, like the authorities and the HTA, they decide upon what is value for us. For us, value would be just stopping or slowing down the degeneration. But other people decide that it has to be improved, otherwise that's no value for us. And I think that's so bitter.
Which is why we need to speak up.
Yeah.
Yes, Russell.
I have two quick things I want to try and add. I'll try and be quick. First is adding to the war stories. I should say, in the case of my son, when he was diagnosed 12 years ago, he was told by the eminent specialist who we consulted with, and my family actually came with us, and the specialist said to him, well, this is your diagnosis. There is no cure. And he was very abrupt. He said, you need to go away and learn how to be blind, because in a few weeks' time, you're going to have almost no vision left. And then he turned to my daughter, who had come just for moral support, and he said, and you may go blind as well, but more importantly, you will pass this on to your children, so you need to go away and think about your family planning. And we left that meeting utterly devastated. Now, fast forward a few years, I was actually speaking on a platform at a conference like this, only with just specialists there, and this guy was in the audience. So I decided to change my talk. I almost never say what I think I'm going to say when I get on a stage. and I told this story in that audience. Now, this guy, by the way, I should also add, his colleagues think, I mean, he's world famous, he's really eminent, and his colleagues have told me, oh, he has such a good bedside manner.
Yeah.
His patients love him. And I just said, that's what he's told you, has he? So he was in the audience. And I told this story, but I didn't name him, of course.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, he came up to me at coffee afterwards, and he said, he'd pretended he hadn't remembered me when I saw him earlier. He came up to me afterwards and he said, thank you for not mentioning me by name.
He recognized himself.
But he was sat in the front row and I was looking directly at him. But
That's brilliant.
So be careful, David. You might find someone like me come. Be a warning.
So I can tell you, I'd like every patient and family member to know that nowadays, if any physician talks to you like this, you should report them to the medical college, because it's a form of abuse and it's extremely inappropriate and it should not be tolerated. It's ignorance, basically.
But to speak to Julie's point, I think we have a blurring sometimes between patient-reported outcomes and clinician-reported outcomes. And I think what you're referring to really, Julie, is more clinician-reported outcomes. And I agree, we need better ones. We need to improve them, and we're working on that. Patient-reported outcomes are, by definition, subjective.
Yes.
But the thing with subjective data is that once you've got the power of numbers, and if you have well-designed outcome measures, and we do need to work hard on that, and that's what we're doing, when you get the power of numbers, subjective data becomes objective.
Yes.
And it has power. And regulators, from Daniela's point, absolutely, we need to make sure that regulators realize that stabilization or even slowing down of the progression of a disease is an outcome worth fighting for and worth paying for.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you. There's a question from the audience. Is there a microphone? And feel free to raise your hand should you wish to come.
Good morning. Thanks for your talk. My name is Leo. I was the one asking about patient reports, involving the patient more. I'd like to give a few examples of what happened to me. The first time they asked me to do a test, it was the letter test. And white blinds me. I've got retinitis pigmentosa, and I'm completely photophobic. So looking at a white screen is impossible for me. So I couldn't read anything. 2 years later, they had the thing inversed. So it was black background with white letters. And I was able to do the test a lot better. That's one of the things that at least the guys at the Amsterdam Medical Center learned, and I'm really grateful for that. The second thing is a thing called Goldman test. I'm not sure if it's still used, not in my hospital, but
It's a visual field.
It's a visual thing about where can you see and what not, different types of light, different strongness, etc. When you look into this half bowl and you click a button as soon as you see the light in a corner. One time I had really I was struggling to find the hospital. I was exhausted before I went there. I completely screwed up the test. 2 years later, I was really careful, so I went there 2 hours in advance to give my eyes a rest. I did that test so much better because I was not exhausted. So I already told the persons there, listen, I'm exhausted, I'm not sure if I can do this test, but they didn't listen, they just did it anyway because it was on the list. The third example is there's a company called Orcam. They make these little devices to help you read stuff and design and recognize faces, etc. Someone was showing it to me and I said, which asshole designed it to be jet matte black? That's something we cannot see. And the guy was really startled. And later he asked me to test a new version of that thing. And I said, please make those buttons yellow and enhance contrast. And they listened. The thing now has yellow buttons, so it's so much easier for me to see the damn thing. These little things, this type of feedback is so important to patients like us. And I'm so glad the people at the Amsterdam Hospital changed the test from a bright light screen with black letters I can't see. This is a lot better contrast for me than the other way around. So presentations that have a white background, I simply cannot see because the white blinds me. Whatever's on there, I don't know. These little things, please share them amongst you all and ask patients for feedback. I'll be so happy to provide feedback. I know I'm Dutch, I know I'm rude, I call it direct, you call it rude. But this really helps us so much. And I know I've got RP, so I still have some central vision. I know other people have different diseases with different needs. And this sort of feedback, we are so willing to give it. We try to help with questionnaires. We try to help with giving feedback, but I know it's difficult to change a test because then you have to start all over and you already have so much data and you can grade and compare it, etc. But please keep improving these tests and please keep listening to your patients.
Thank you. Leo. Leo, your comment is so important, and the system cannot improve without input. And congratulations for doing that. And to the audience, if you feel you cannot do a test, and the person says, well, you're going to do it, you just say, no, like, I want to speak to my doctor or who's in charge. And you say, it's worthless. I do not do the test. You're a person. And you have rights to be respected. And if you don't think you're in the right shape to do a test, don't do it. And there's a question in the front. If there's another microphone.
Yeah, a slow comment.
Yes.
I had to learn to speak up.
Yes.
Because I was brought up by a mom who said, the doctor's always right, shut up, Leo.
Yeah.
And many people in the world, I mean, I'm lucky to be Dutch, and I know I'm quite direct. I know how to speak up now. But so many people, especially that first diagnose, you've got no clue what's happening to you. And learning to speak up, I know now when to bring my brother or my aunt or whoever if I think this is going to be an emotional talk, just for moral support. I didn't know that. My first diagnosis, I was on my own, I was 18. And they said, you'll be blind, don't go to study, but see the world. Now you still can. And that was devastating. But anyway, I won't go into further details, but learning to speak up, learning to, going to a hospital is overwhelming for many patients. And the advice to get moral support, bring people who know how to ask questions, dare to ask questions, is so important, because you don't feel invited to ask questions when you go to a hospital.
But you should. You should. Question
at the
Paul in
back.
the front,
Yeah,
and
at the
then
back.
there's, I think there was...
There, straight ahead.
Oh, back. Yeah.
Bart Leroy from Ghent in Belgium. I'm an IRD specialist. Because this is such a, should I say, Dutch conversation where we can say what we think, I fully second what David Keegan has said. Show some respect, show empathy when you have that first conversation. But my colleague and friend Inge Jonniot, who is a low vision expert with us in Ghent, and myself are wondering how much of that initial consultation and how we say it is obviously important, but I sometimes, and Inge with me, we always ask ourselves how much of that maybe elegant way of trying to say something devastating really is in your mind afterwards, and how to do better. That's a question, and I want to learn from you.
Well, can I say, it was 8 years ago when my daughter was diagnosed. I can tell you what I was wearing on that day. I mean, it's stuck in my mind and it's going to be stuck forever. Because it's such a pivotal moment where, I mean, as a mother and, I mean, I'm sure as a person affected, your life is not the same. It was
Sylvia,
5 minutes ago.
how
I
much-
remember what people are saying. And yes, you take it, you have to, and of course everybody's different, so everybody reacts differently. You have to internalize it, you maybe look at reacting differently. I know, for example, for me, it was very different than my husband. And again, it's fine, and also how we kind of coped with that reaction. So I would say it is very important. I also know it's not just on the doctors. We need to have a broader support system, and that's where organizations like this one, other organizations, local organizations are really helpful. What happens sometimes, and that was my experience, even if I live in London, which is fairly, developed from a support system standpoint, I got pinpointed to a number of different organizations, and I felt like I was always referred to somebody else. And I was like, okay, I refer you to this, and I refer you to that, and I refer, okay, but who is actually gonna help me navigate this? So this idea of one-stop shop, which some systems are developing, is where we need to go. So it's not just on the clinicians. I think don't underestimate the importance of that first diagnosis, because many of us will remember that day. But also, how do we advocate for a better system that supports the patient at 360 degrees?
And Sylvia, just to follow up and very quickly, the model that Daniela has developed at Bonn, is that then a model where peers can actually inform?
Yes.
And the other question is, would you desire, I'm not saying it's possible in the system, but we should reflect on it, would you desire a second moment after that initial shock, 2 weeks or a month later, where you can have a follow-up consultation with the expert, and where you're probably, having had time to let things sink in, a little bit more rational regarding the diagnosis? What do you think?
Maybe Daniela, I don't know if you want to explain what you're doing.
I think actually that's what they're doing in Bonn. After the first visit, they invite them back 3 months later, and then they refer them to our consultation center. And I want to put in, I have also a lot of sympathy for the ophthalmologists, because how to break that news? And even if you have to say that it is a progressive disease, and even if you don't, I mean, times have changed. What I was talking about is 40 years ago, but even if you don't give them a timeline, they will ask, how long will it take? Because the people come to our office and they ask me, how long will it take? I mean, nobody can foretell. And I think because of the sentence that they said to me, in 10 years' time, you will not be able to walk all alone through the town. This is why I'm here, to prove them wrong. To still prove them wrong, even if I'm doing that with my white cane now. But anyway, so I think this is not easy to do, and I know that there has been a lot of improvement also in the education of doctors. My daughter is going to be a doctor, and she has a lot of psychological training on that, and I hope this really is progressive. But to give you a takeaway to all the doctors that are here, give you a takeaway message. You know yourself, but give them to your colleagues to refer these patients to the patient organizations, and there they can go on talking.
Thank you, Daniela. We only have 10 minutes left. There's a lot of hands, so we'll go here, and then Paul here. So if we can bring the other microphone here.
Hi there. My name's Brendan Ward. I'm on the board of Fighting Blindness Ireland, and we're delighted to host the Congress and to welcome you all to Dublin. Thank you for coming. And to colleague on the board, Professor David Keegan, thanks for highlighting this, and your colleague Bart. And this whole conversation is so hopeful, because I think what we're hearing is that we are more than eyes on legs.
Yeah.
We are people.
You're people.
Yeah, yeah.
With rights.
And to emphasize the fact that duty of care. So I have been in a consultant's room in another country where I was told in 2014 my usable vision would be gone in 10 years. The consultant's back was to me, and then he finished writing up his files and walked out. Now, I was trying to figure out, should I be happy that I know this information, or would I prefer be in the dark, so to speak, and not have that second arrow, which, going back to what the panel said earlier, diagnosis is one thing, but the impact to the emotional state and the health and well-being of the patient more generally in that communication is equally important. How can a doctor or a consultant cause harm to a patient by communicating such important news in such an insensitive way? So I just wanted to salute the panel for being so clear to us as a patient community that we should expect that whole person approach. And going back to what some of the other colleagues in the room have said earlier, it comes back to the mantra in the disability inclusion movement: nothing about us without us. No clinical research about blindness without blind people. No decisions around policy without blind people. No funding, no decisions around where money gets invested about sight loss without people with sight loss. And so I think for all of us today, even though this conference is focused on the medical topic of disability, we can bring in the social model of disability and say, nothing about us without us.
Thank you very much. Now to Paul, and maybe the microphone can go in the back, so we'll do front, back, because there's lots of questions and we barely have 10 minutes left. Paul, to you.
Great. Hi, it's Paul Boskind again. My question actually to the panel has to do with how do you integrate patient self-report? And I ask that relative to a low vision optometrist that I've seen for years. And she'll say, how's the vision? And I say, oh, it really sucks. It's gotten worse, and I may give her a half dozen examples of how it's declined. And then she does her tests, and she says, look at this eye chart.
You're doing great.
Do all of that. And then she says, no, your vision, it hasn't changed. And I'm like, does she think I'm delusional? Did you not hear what I just said? I ultimately fired her, and because she's trying really hard, and I really like her, and she wants to help me with all these other things that can improve the vision. And I had to say, I really appreciate your big heart, and you want to do this, but I'm done. I don't think there's anything you can do to help me see anything better, but I'm more concerned about the fact that you don't hear me. You don't hear what I'm telling you about the vision loss, and you make me feel stupid when you say, oh no, it's the same, there's no change. There's such a limitation in terms of the tool set for assessing change. But how important is the question for patients self-report of their vision changes to you guys?
So thank you for mentioning this, Paul, because as I mentioned, embarrassingly, it's a new field. And until recently, until a few years ago, there was no tool, like scientifically designed tool, of patient-reported outcome measures for patients with retinal degeneration. So now these tools exist for adults and adolescents, and we're with a group internationally designing one for children. They're not implemented broadly in clinic because they're still used as a research level, and the analysis component is not quite simple. But you need to understand it's a new culture, okay? And I think giving anecdotes are very important. And the patient knows best, right? I don't know if you're deteriorating. My test may show stability, but that's a test. You know how you are. And that's very important to highlight the discrepancies, because it highlights how the technical tools are very imperfect and were designed by sighted people, right? And so they don't capture many aspects of the challenges that you faced.
Elise, can I add? I mean, it's great to see PRO, patient-reported outcome, being increasingly used and researched, but it's still vastly survey-based. It's a scale 1 to 5, how difficult it is to do certain things. We know, actually, that's very subjective, and even how you answer from one day to the other is very subjective. I come from kind of previous life running consumer research for how to look at, everyday products. And we do a lot of actually observational research on, I can tell you how my daughter is seeing based on how far is she keeping her iPad when she plays her games, and I mean, some of these things. So I know I was actually pushing some companies to look at, can you actually put cameras in my home? And I mean, maybe avoid the bathroom, but you can put cameras in my room, in my house, and film what's going on, and then code that, and actually understand what's the everyday life of a visually impaired person. And to Russell's point earlier, we need to go back to kind of measurement, and we can track over time, but you can do it with enough data. So I think it's great to see patient-reported outcome moving on, but we need to go well beyond survey. We need to look into wearables. We need to look into observational. Yes, absolutely. But yeah, there's a lot to push.
Just David, and there's lots of questions from the audience. So
just
David,
very quickly
and then the room.
on the PROs, I'm looking again at our challenges in measuring value, what's valuable to patients. I'm listening to people in the room and my experience, and you realize actually the difference. We're trying to model ourselves on neurological conditions and respiratory conditions where they've successfully adopted patient-reported outcome measures as clinical trial endpoints. And we've grappled with this for the last couple of years, but actually vision unlocks the door to the world. What's valuable on the other side of that door varies from patient to patient. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, shout up and say, David, you've got this wrong. So the impact of vision varies between individuals.
Yes.
So what's valuable to one is different to what's valuable to another. Therefore, we've got variability in what we measure. So we actually are in control of what we bring to the regulators, but we've got to agree what's important to patients, and we've got to try and distill that. That's a bit of work. Distill it to a couple of key points. We've got to agree as a community how we best measure that without hacking the people off, particularly the Dutch. Anyway, that was just incredibly long. But we have to be able to measure it in a reliable manner and then bring that back. We're going to need your help. There are patient-reportable tools out there, sometimes with 100 or 150 questions on them. Then they start to delve into what's meaningful. But that's a huge burden to put on people, and particularly patients with a vision impairment and their caregivers. But that's where we're going to have to ask for a bit of help and iteration in this space. We'll try and keep it simple, but it's the variability of impact of vision and what's valuable is our challenge to try and overcome. It's just
Thank
a reflection.
you. That's a great point.
Thanks.
That's the purpose of this session, actually. Question in the room, in the back, where the microphone is.
Thank you very much. My name is Cecilia Vasconcelos. I'm a psychologist and I have Leber congenital amaurosis. And I work with Dr. Juliana Salum in Brazil, in the clinic, inside the consultations. So in the moment of breaking bad news, I'm together with her and helping her in the way of you talk with the patient. Because it's not only about, it's not an easy moment for the patient. It's about how the doctor will do this. And to the doctor know this, the doctor needs to study breaking bad news and the protocols about it. We published a protocol, the SPIKES protocol for ophthalmologists, because the people think the breaking bad news and the protocol is only for oncology or for palliative care. But ophthalmologists is bad news all the time, and IRD too. So you need to learn about it and create a group with interdisciplinary team and psychologists to help in this moment. And you have to make the time of the protocol and the steps to do a bad news in the good way. And the most important thing is, for me, is the most important thing, I think, in the literature too, is you can't say, I don't have anything to do. You don't have cure, don't have treatment, and I don't have anything to do. The big question is, don't have cure, don't have treatment. I'm trying to find something. I will say to you when this appear or not, but the most important thing, the life continues. You are losing your vision, not your life. And you need to find ways to live and be adapted with this. When you say this, when you show the chances, the opportunities, the association groups, their rehabilitation, the patients start to understand that, okay, maybe I will become a visual impairment, but I have life and I have things to do, and my ophthalmologist is saying this to me.
Thank you very much.
This is the most important thing.
Thank you very much. We have a minute left. Is there another microphone burning in the room? Any comments from the panel while the microphone moves? Oh, okay. Microphone in the back. This is the last question. You have 1 minute.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Stratis from Greece. I would like to thank you very much for your very interesting discussions and items you put on the table. I would like to give another option of my experience, 40 years now as a president of Greek society, and also as a patient. I don't like the term patients. I prefer persons suffered by ARDS. Patient is more medicalization term. It means that I am in a negative position to the scientists and clinicians. As a person, I believe I have more chances to take my rights and to protect my rights. So a very important thing we discuss with our patients is how to train them to be ready to have the new treatments because of the risk behaviors like smoking, drinking, car driving, no exercising, no good eating. And all these things is very important in order to prepare yourself to accept your therapist. And when I saw young adults or new families with a child, okay, we have to wait 20 years, but if you have risk behaviors that brings you another diseases or you're not appropriate condition to be in a protocol, so you don't help yourself. So you have to make them, to train them how to promote their health, to have self-support and self-estimated.
That's a very important point. Thank you very much.
Another thing is the safety,
yes.
Because safety from accidents is another thing, because if you have accidents, you lose a lot of time of your quality of lives. I have experience of that. So it's very important to protect and to be adjusted in our environment every time, because the visual loss is progressive and it depends on the persons and the environment he lives. I feel completely different in Greece and here. The sun is very, very, very much in Greece. You cannot move in daylight, so also at night. So it's very important to have the techniques and the skills to adjust our lives every time and to learn more from our behavior.
Thank you very much. I would like to thank the audience and the panel for a great discussion and keep on talking. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yes, I love to go along with you.
You're cheering.
Okay. Thanks to the panel for a great discussion and everybody in the audience. So we're going to move to the next session now, and this session has two short presentations. I'm Jane Farrer. I've worked in retinal degenerations for about 30 years. I'm just from down the road, homegrown, from Trinity College Dublin. And I have the pleasure now of just chairing this very short session with two presentations. We got lots of submissions of great studies, and we chose 3 to give presentations yesterday and 2 today. So I'd like to invite the first of those to the stage, and that's Jessica Carantu, and she's going to tell us about retest variability of mean sensitivity and volume sensitivity on microperimetry in patients with retinitis pigmentosa. Both of these talks are really apt given the discussion we just had in the panel. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. It's a great privilege for me to be standing here next to you, all of you experts, whilst I'm just a PhD student from the Netherlands. I work with Professor Boon. And as you heard, maybe the title, it's a bit technical, it's a bit complex, but really it's a story about what we've already been talking about in a previous session. It's a story about test-retest variability, which patients will mostly notice as their changing vision, their changing visual acuity, whereas others, the optometrists, the ophthalmologists, they all say, no, nothing has changed. And that is actually what test-retest variability is. And it's really a story of frustration, because we've been hearing all about all of these great clinical trials, everything, it's all upcoming, we have these cure within the next 5 years. And then we've been pumping all of our money, all of our resources, time, energy, and a lot of energy, especially for the patients with an IRD, or I should say people with an IRD. And still, all of these clinical trials, they seem to fail. So why is that? Why do our trials fail? Maybe the drug isn't as potent as we thought it would be. Maybe we've been using the wrong measurements. As we've heard already, visual acuity charts and letters may not be the best way to measure whether visual function improves. And we've already moved on to the microperimetry, which is really just a smaller visual field which measures the central sensitivity of the central retina. But what if that's not the only thing to our story? What if it's because we're using the wrong measurements? What if it's because we're using the wrong cutoff values? And so in order to investigate whether we're using the right cutoff values, we set up a test-retest variability study. And this study is called the REPEAT study. And here we've included 48 patients with RP. And these patients were divided into 2 groups based on their visual acuity. We've had people coming in with poor visual acuity, that's below 20/50, and those with a higher visual acuity. And we just had them come in 2 times in 2 weeks. So that means you do the same test on day 1, 2 weeks later you do the exact same test, exact same conditions. However, the person can say it feels completely different. And that's also what we see in some of our tests. The results can be completely different. And that's not because the disease has progressed. There's nothing about an intervention that has changed anything. It's really just the variability that patients and people can have with doing a test. So if we're talking about test-retest variability, one way to measure that is using the coefficient of repeatability, which is really just a value that says, okay, this is the minimal required change that you need to say if a treatment works or not. So anything above that value, that means your treatment works. Anything below that, that's just the variability that we measure. And one thing if we're talking about microperimetry is point-wise sensitivity. And that means that you have to look at each measured point. You see, for example, okay, on the first day, this patient at this point measured 27 decibels. Then 2 weeks later, he or she measured 25 decibels. So there's a difference, and that difference of 2 decibels is what we were measuring for each of the measured points on the microperimetry. Now, it's important to mention a point-wise sensitivity because the FDA really says we need at least 7 decibel changes over 5 points. And they've set this as a criterion. It was based on glaucoma trials, which is actually very different from what we see in patients with RP. Because we found that those with a very poor BCVA would actually need at least 10.2 decibel change. And those with higher visual acuities would need 7.7. So that means that for patients with very poor BCVA, if you measure any changes after a therapy or a treatment and it's below the 10.2, that's just measurement variability. It means your treatment did not work. But if it's above that 10.2, then you really see the change. So that's real change. So instead of looking at point-wise sensitivity, you could also say we should look at the average of all the points. Because it's shifting a little bit, you should just look at the whole global measure. So we did that, and then we found it should be either 2.4 or 1.6, depending on your visual acuity. Now the problem is with taking an average of something is that you lose a lot of information. If you have very deep scotoma, so if you have very large areas where someone does not see anything, it can completely skew your data towards 0. So in order to avoid that, we've been using the volume sensitivity. And this is a little bit of more complex technique, but really volume sensitivity is just taking the whole area, taking a sort of 3D plot of your average sensitivity in the way so that you do not lose all the information. So you do not lose the information about whether someone has a very deep scotoma on one side and a very high peak on the other. And for that, we've also calculated coefficients of repeatability. So in conclusion, we strongly argue for using the relevant and sensitive measures to measure whether a clinical trial or a therapy works or not. So use the volume sensitivity to see if to see real changes and use our criteria, so the coefficients of repeatability to measure whether your treatment works or not. And as I said in the beginning, it's a story of frustration. But there's also a little bit of hope, because if I see everyone sitting here, I see patient advocates, I see clinicians, there's some of the pharmacy in here, maybe, hopefully someone from the regulatory agencies. And I hope that even despite all of our frustrations, we still need to be involved, and we need to keep being involved in the whole decision making. And especially patient advocates are needed for this, because everyone with a disability, they know how to adapt, they know how to rethink, and we need you to convince all the regulatory bodies to adapt and rethink our criteria. And then I come to my last slide, most important, because I couldn't have done this without any of my collaborators. And thank you for being here on a Saturday morning, sitting in Dublin in a dark conference room. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask me or send me an email. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jessica, for highlighting the really importance of the repeatability of the tests that we do. Is there? I think we could take one burning question if there's time. There's time for maybe for one question if anybody has a question. If not, you can catch Jessica at posters or in the coffee session. There is a question. Sorry, do we have a microphone for just over here? Just over there to the right. Leave it to me to be in the corner here. My question, I am Eric Hartman with the Choroideremia Research Foundation. And for many of us, whether it's choroideremia or RP, in taking microperimetry tests, many of us that have advanced vision loss have these little blinking floaters. And microperimetry seems to almost have that same amount. And I've done at UPenn and other places, asked them to increase the size of the light that we're trying to see. And when they do that, it seems to be a much easier test for us because we never know when to beep because we can't tell whether it's a flasher or not. And I didn't know if you've had any experience with that in dealing with more advanced patients in order to get a consistency of using a higher target for them to see.
Thank you for the question. It's a very good question because there are definitely limitations to the microperimeter. And like you said, a lot of my patients, they have trouble with distinguishing whether it's a light from the actual device or whether it's a light they see from the retina called phosphenes. So we do increase the target that you need to fixate on, and that helps some people, but sometimes it doesn't help at all. And what we then do, we need to move on to other measurements, such as the FST. And we've done a similar study for the FST, so hopefully I can show you that results in the future. Thank you.
Well, listen, thank you. Thanks again to Jessica for a lovely presentation. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt at this stage, but we have a PPI panel and we must go ahead because we have specific funding for it. So if anyone wishes to attend the PPI panel, I know a number of you are, could you please stand up now and be prepared? The full staff of Fighting Blindness are outside to help you get there because we are running very late. So we'll just take 1 minute. If everyone for the PPI panel could please make their way to the back of the room. Thank you very much.
Set it up with News Talk or whatever just to talk about the talk today. That was kind of nice.
Fantastic.
Well, it's a bit different because I'm talking about kids.
But I love it. In fact, funny enough, I actually reached out to Trinity Disability Service to find out. I want to find out how many people with disability are in Trinity.
I know. Well, I know in TU Dublin we'd know because we have.
No, I know we will.
Yeah.
They will know.
Yeah.
I just want to know. My guess is it's quite low.
It is because I suppose this situation I'm talking about now is children who are in mainstream school and none of them knew they were visually impaired, you know, that there is a collection of children and by the time they're screened it's quite advanced.
Yeah.
The main key here is we should screen them a bit earlier.
I mean, we'll just wait until the room clears and then we will.
There's no problem at all. Actually, the session yesterday evening was very powerful.
Wasn't it?
Session,
the panel.
It was the panel.
Yeah, it was really good. Now, there was a meeting all day Wednesday from 8 until 6. And more or less the session was a summary of what outcomes from that meeting. So in a way, there had been 10 hour preparations for that panel. And you could tell.
You could tell. The effort was amazing.
So there was a meeting with about 40 people. Near an eye meeting here in the hotel. Okay, listen, I'll just give it another minute.
Oh, yeah. And listen, people need to take their time.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
a pity, you know, we couldn't get through the 5 minutes. I mean, I
know, especially because we're talking about visual impairment. What can you do? You have to go with the flow. People.
You're in TU.
I am in TU Dublin. I teach, and then I'm a researcher as well. I'm a Centre for Eye Research Ireland. Yeah. TU Dublin's fine, or TU whatever. Yeah, it's grand.
Okay, we're ready. We'll go. Yeah. Okay, thanks everybody. We just had a little break there between the two presentations. So we now have our second presentation in this session. Again, it's really apt based on what we were talking in the panel, and that's Eyes on Education, exploring the impact of visual impairment on academic achievement in school children. And Dr. Shufra Harrington, again homegrown in Dublin, actually, in Technical University Dublin, will give this presentation.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, and thank you for staying on to listen to my talk today. This conference has been unbelievable, this whole session. So I have a mixture of wow, I am overawed by what I've experienced, and yikes, I'm up next. So today I'm going to talk to you about the impact of visual impairment and how children are doing in school. And the first thing I want to point out is that children, they accept the world the way they find it. And they don't understand that other people might see things any differently. So when we want to understand what children need, it's difficult to ask them. We need to approach our history in a different way through, I think, a very detailed visual task analysis involving schools and teachers and parents, and understanding what children love to do, what they dislike to do, and we find out this information differently. But what we know is that 1 in 3 people globally is suffering due to uncorrected and unaddressed visual impairment. And if you ever want to think about our sustainable development goals, we can cover so many, and this paper deals with them very well here if you're ever looking for hints when you're filling out your funding applications. But the one we're looking at primarily today is education. But as you can see, good vision feeds into everything else from wellness and equality and everything else. So what do we need to talk about here? We need to think about the visual task analysis. Why is vision important in school? It's important because 80% of what children do involves visual tasks, of which half are at near. So children are adjusting their focus from reading to intermediate distances, to faraway distances, and adjusting their focus quickly and accurately from one distance to another. So I put this to children in the Ireland Eye study, and there were over 1,600 children in first class in primary school and first year in secondary school. We checked their eyes very carefully, their vision, their stereo vision. We did cyclopedic refraction, ocular biometry, and parents reported how their children were getting on in school, as per the OECD guidelines. In other words, my child is doing as well as their classmates, doing particularly well, better than their peers, or they're struggling in school. And what we found was that children who reported struggling in school had lower visual acuity on average when we look at the distribution of visual acuity here. So this slide here, on the y-axis, you're seeing logmar vision. So the higher the number, the poorer the vision. But what we found was that when looking at near visual tasks, that children in the older and in the younger cohort had lower levels of visual acuity than their peers who were reporting well in school. And this is something we need to think about, because when we look at the different types of refractive error, and here we're talking about significant refractive error, in other words, myopia of a diopter, hyperopia of 350 diopters, astigmatism of a diopter and a half, we can see that particularly, at distance and near, that many children did not have the threshold level of vision that they needed to see in school, the threshold level of vision. And who can work at threshold? So the fonts, the targets, whom we know from Narragansett et al. In Queensland and Australia, who have done a wonderful work on estimating what level of vision children need in school, that many kiddos didn't have it. So we found that basically 4% of the younger group and 3% of the older group did not have 6/12 vision in either eye. Okay, so both eyes were poorer than that in the distance, and then we can see it near, it was higher. These children were more likely to be, 3 times more likely to be disadvantaged, 3 times more likely to be of an ethnic minority grouping, and at near visual impairment was associated with traveller ethnicity. And what was the cause of this? Well, we could see that myopia is an issue. This is 1 diopter of myopia. But children who are myopic at 6 to 7 years of age, this does not look good down the road. And then we're worried about visual impairment in mid to later life. And 60% of those who were visually impaired had undercorrected or uncorrected myopia. So we know globally myopia is an issue. Hyperopia, of course, was an issue as well. And astigmatism, well, it's a curse for all age groups here, but we have a lot of astigmatism, and it was impacting especially how the younger kiddos were getting on in school. They were 7 times more likely to report struggling in school, whereas in our older age cohort, myopia was the issue. So what did we find out here? That when it came to to low performance in school and visual impairment, children who were visually impaired were 7 times more likely, and these children did not know that they were visually impaired. And some of these types of visual impairment we could correct with technology such as glasses. Some required magnification, increased font size, different desks, different illumination, magnification, but none of the families knew that these children were not seeing 612 in either eye. And at near, the children were 4 times more likely to struggle in school. So, what do we know? We know that 80% of children, 80% of those younger children who were struggling in school had not had an eye test for a year beforehand and had never had a pair of glasses. We know in the older age group, 50% of these children did not have glasses, hadn't had an eye test, and a lot weren't wearing them. So we need to think, yes, if children are struggling in school, it's important to have an eye test. My wants, and this is high risk, but anyway, I would like children to have their vision screened in preschool. We know that 98% of children attend free preschool education in Ireland. I think it's an ideal stage to capture children so that when they go to school, we're ready and that we can address the visual needs that children have. If the screening tool we are using is not going to pick things up in an easy way, maybe we're using the wrong tool. We have tools such as photo screening that we can use now as well. My other wish is that we reinstate the vision screening in 6th class so that before children go to secondary school, we can address uncorrected myopia. We know that myopia is an issue. The World Health Organization has addressed it. I am suggesting that if anybody would like to look at the World Council of Optometry's Myopia Management Navigator, you will find some good evidence-based information on how to mitigate myopia, prevent the onset, delay the onset, and also also evidence-based treatments to address myopia, because it's a bit of a Wild West out there. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for a lovely presentation, Shifra. We have time for a question for Shifra, if there's a question for Shifra. I think that this is part of a broader conversation, actually, for not just primary school, but secondary school and university, because we do want people with all sorts of eye conditions to have equal access in university, and that is just not the case. Not in the university I work in Trinity College. So we need to really advocate for that. There's a question at the back of the room.
Hi, Shifra. I admired the ambition for having every preschool child screened. Similar to the hearing test that newborns get, would there be any benefit for looking into newborn screening? I don't know if that's an option. I do know that my own child was screened at 2 weeks old for something, but so I don't know if that's an option.
There is, let's see, there is a screening that takes place in hospitals when babies are born, and basically you'll go to this other microphone. Okay, at this stage when babies are born, they are screened before they leave the hospital. So they'll look for the presence or absence of a red reflex at 6 weeks, and later on we'll look for eye movements and for fixing and following and then smiling and stuff like that. So it's basic. And then there is a gap though, and what I found is that some of these children, like some had, there were 2 children with dense cataracts, the children with dense cataracts that had not been picked up earlier on. There were many children with nystagmus and no one had ever noticed, and their vision was very reduced. So people are missing the screenings. So screening is important. We need to maximize capture. Back to point number 1, children accept the world the way they find it. But yes, we have initial screening. We need to continue with that. There are gaps. I would like preschool to be that next stage, and then another stage, again, because children don't complain, before they go to secondary school. And yes, I know in TU Dublin we do have resources, and it's up to us to make all our information accessible to third level students, but sometimes people are slow to look for that, and we need to open up that conversation a little bit more. Yeah.
So with that, I just want to close the session and thank once again both Shifra and Jessica for great presentations. So thank you very much.
That concludes this session. It is now 12:07. The Blind Guys live chat podcast on assistive technologies will start promptly at 12:25. So pop out, get a light refreshment, take a comfort break. 12:25 when the bell rings, please.
is his assistant.
Hold tight, everyone. We are ready for the Blind Guys chat on assistive technology. Let's take it away, guys.
Is that us? Are we on? Okay. We're on. Hello, everyone. My name is Oran O'Neill, and Brian Dalton is here to my right, probably your left.
How you doing, everybody?
Thanks very much for coming to see us. We're Blind Guys Chat, so we have a podcast since 2020, September 2020, called Blind Guys Chat, and we basically talk about the A to Z of life from a blindness perspective. And we're delighted to bring our world tour of Dublin to this venue tonight, or today. I am the producer and one of the co-hosts, and online we should have Mr. Jan Bloem from the Netherlands.
Hello!
Hello!
Hey! Yeah.
We can hear you.
Yeah, sure. I hear myself as well, but...
So
but many
Jan...
thanks for the introduction. Hey, Oren, let me first... It feels like I do the voting for the Eurovision Song Contest. Hey.
Well, yeah, well, give yourself a few votes, will you? Because the Netherlands aren't going to appear next year, apparently.
Yeah, because we were disqualified. I hope I won't make it so bad as Joost Klein did, you know, that you keep me. But I would say Ireland, 24 points, you know.
Oh, thanks very much. That's great.
Thank you. Yep.
Well, we are, as you know, Jan, we are the most popular podcast in the world as voted by the polar bears of the Sahara Desert. So that's good news. But we're here to talk to you a little bit about assistive technology, if we can. First of all, I'd like to thank Retina International World Congress Committee for organisers for allowing us to speak to you today. Our podcast is very kind of, I was trying to look for a nice word, but I'll just say lazy.
Shall I say a Dutch word? Gezellig.
Yeah, please.
You know, a gezellig, nice conference, or a nice, gezellig podcast. You know, that you have a chat just with, just when I was just around you, you know?
Easy listening. And
easy listening.
Yeah, we talk about the A to Z of life, and we don't necessarily talk about blind-related items, not all the time, but we do kind of acknowledge it, and we do have guests that talk to us about their lives and products that they might be launching, but it's very kind of relaxed atmosphere on our show. So as you can see, we're very well prepared. But I'm blind. I'm blind since my early 40s. Jan also lost his vision early in his own life, and Brian is blind from birth. So I think one of the questions that we'll ask, maybe just kick off first of all, is just between myself and Jan, as opposed to Brian, what was the difference? How did you feel when you lost your sight, first of all, Brian? Or was it just something, I don't have sight? Did you miss colours? Did you miss seeing things? Did you go through an angry phase? How did you deal with it, first of all?
That's the Jan.
Brian,
no, that's the Brian. Sorry, that's the Brian.
Yeah.
So I never had sight. And to be honest with you, I always grew up in a visual world. So I always had an appreciation of the visual aspects of life, I guess. So I remember when I was younger, I wanted a camera. And lots of my friends thought I was absolutely crazy. Like, why does a blind guy want a camera? But I want a camera because I can capture pictures. Now, back in them days, we didn't have alt text as we have now. We didn't have any way of labeling the photographs. So people would take photographs of people and of different situations, and I'd show them to people, and they go, who are those people? Where are you? What's in that picture? Like, what's the scenery? And that was interesting, to say the least.
Lucky now with the Be My Eyes, you know?
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And now when I'm out and I would ask friends to take photos for me, I can label them and they can label them for me. So when I'm looking back through them, or if I'm showing them to other people, I can say, yeah, this is a photograph of my 2 children on a beach, or this is a photograph of my 2 children with Santa Claus, or whatever it is.
Well, let's go back to kind of the early beginnings for us. And ask you this question. What was the first piece of, and I'll ask Jan first maybe, what was the first piece of assistive technology that you remember really helping you in day-to-day life?
Now I need to be honest as well, because I thought you were introducing me as a young guy, but it turned out, yeah, that's true. But my age is my first age was in the early 90s when I started to become low vision. I was my first aid was a big fat chalk to write on the blackboard. And nowadays kids don't understand what is a blackboard, and now it is only smartboard, etc. But you know that it was really a bolded character. But my first technical aid was the IBM screen reader for DOS. And perhaps there are some people in the audience who recognize that one. That was with the Apollo speech synthesizer. And that was really helping me out doing, MS-DOS, you know, WordPerfect 5.1, etc. That is, those were the days, I would say. But that was my first tool.
That was your first tool, and that kind of changed your life a little bit initially. Yeah. Just like, wow, this is fantastic. Now I can read stuff on computers.
Yeah, and you don't need to ask people, you know, because I was having my first job as a support guy in an organization, and I was not able to read the screen. So I was asked for a call. So I went up to an office, and then people, I have a problem with my computer. I said, I had, that was everyone recognized. You don't want to come out, you know, you don't want to confirm that you are low vision or that you cannot read the screen. So then I was always asking, can you describe for me the problem on the screen? What does it say? And as we all know, we don't read the screen, actually. You don't read. And they say, please insert the floppy disk. I said, well, please do so. You know, is there no floppy disk? And he said, oh my God, you're a star. Thank you very much. Well, that was my, that was it.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to like, the three of us are working in kind of the assistive technology environment. I mean, Jan is working for a company called Vespera and Optilec, and they, so he's a salesman for assistive technology, and Brian is an auditor and use tester for websites and mobile apps and that. And I'm looking after audio description. I produce audio description for our national broadcaster here, RTE. And I think it's kind of interesting to find that technology has improved a lot quite quickly over the last few years. And when you talk about, you know, the IBM screen reader, you know, when people might not know that, but they might be familiar with screen readers like JAWS or NVDA. And those kind of products help us out a lot in our day-to-day life. Would you agree, Brian?
Absolutely, yeah. I wouldn't be able to do the job I do as an accessibility tester without the technology that I have right now. I remember the first piece of tech I got was what's called an M printer. So what you did was you had a braille machine attached to a piece of technology like a circuit board. So what I inputted in braille would come out in print. Now I learned how to type as well when I was a child because my parents were very forward thinking, and they always knew that one day, or they had aspirations that one day I would get a job the same as the rest of my siblings. So they always had kind of big plans and kind of taught me to think forwardly ahead. So the first one I had was an M printer, so that meant that I could braille out information, especially when I was in school, because I went to an integrated school where very few of my teachers could read braille. There was only one or two. And there's some funny stories about that, which we won't get into right now, but maybe later. I had to type everything out. So with the M printer, I could braille it out. And then I moved on to see what a screen reader was like. And I saw it in a bank operated by a blind guy who was employed as a computer programmer. And when I was in college, I came home and I went, I want that. I need to have that to get a job. So I went to a bank. I was a student with no money. And I went to my bank manager and I said, I'm looking for a loan for £1,500 as it was at the time to buy a piece of technology that's going to get me a job or it's going to help me get a job. And he went, are you off your head? Do you think I'm going to give you £1,500? You have no money. You're a student. We'll need a guarantor. So I said, okay, ma'am, will you be my guarantor? And she said, yeah. Don't think she knew what she was getting herself into. And when the screen reader arrived in, as you mentioned, Jan, those floppy disks, and I had 5 floppy disks, and I showed it to her, and she goes, I signed a document for that. What's this going to do for you? And when she heard and saw what it could do, she was blown away. She really was. But it has enabled me to work in a mainstream office as part of a team, wearing my headphones, So I can use my screen reader just the same way as everybody else would use their eyes to consume content on the screen.
I was just talking to somebody before we came on stage here, and we were talking about information. And this lady lives in France, and she was saying that the information on, blindness products or blindness organisations that is a little bit different compared to the UK and maybe a little Ireland on that. But I think it's very important for us to know what is available each time we're looking for new technology and what can help us. And I think the advent of, for example, the Apple iPhone with speech built into it automatically with voiceover, which is what it's called, has helped blind and visually impaired people tremendously within our daily lives. Would you agree, Jan?
Yeah, of course. Yeah. I was first, before the Apple iPhone, we were, perhaps people know, with the Nokias, with the Symbian phones, and then we were working with Talks and what was the other ones, with those, but then you could make use also already of the KNFB reader, to take a picture with your Nokia phone N86, I think, from my memory. And but now when Apple came with his famous touch device, well, we were shouting and blaming everyone. How can you do that without buttons? Blind people, and we can never use this, etc., etc. It was a big scandal. But when we were trying out voice over, and I must say, those engineers at Apple, they really developed an amazing way how to access these touchscreens. And you cannot imagine now a life without a smartphone anymore. It is really, you can do whatever you want, and then stay in touch with everyone, and also get all the information. It's amazing.
And it's funny that you say that, Jan, because I remember the first Symbian phone I had, again, when I heard that it had talks on it and I could speak, I wanted it like there and then. I never had lots of patience, but I always wanted all the technology.
Yeah.
But I remember the first time I sent a text, the smoking ban had just come in, and I was sitting in a pub sending a text, as people do, and as my wife would have done for months before me. And I'd say to her, like, will you talk to me instead of sending your text messages? But I remember saying, like, my phone has an alarm, has a clock, has a calendar. And she said, Brian, welcome to the program, The phones have had these for a while. But I could never access them, so I didn't know.
No, that's true. We were always too late, guys.
Yeah. The iPhone has been an eye-opener, even though we now have Android devices with TalkBack and that, and they're kind of.
But I would also make a point that don't rely only on smartphones and iPads. Don't forget also your computer skills, because that's also when we can all agree, the three of us. And that is sometimes people think it's too easy to only rely. When you want to do a study or a job, please also remember your computer skills, and that is also very important.
Absolutely, and there's 2 points I'll make around that. Number one is it's great to see products accessible to everybody. So when you get onto a bus, when you're out in a restaurant, when you're out in the street, most of the people will have an Android phone or an iPhone, the same as you and I have. So we're not different from anybody else.
No.
We're just using the same devices, but we're using a different solution to make it accessible. And you're absolutely right, Oren, Jan.
No, I'm right too.
You are right.
Oh, I'm always right.
You're all right. Yeah. But lots of people, unfortunately, lots of people have technology, and unfortunately, they weren't given the right training to use the technology. And I've seen it. I used to be a representative in the Visually Impaired Computer Society, and we'd go around the country talking to people who have lots of assistive technology because there was funding there for them to get it, but they didn't know how to use it. They weren't able to put it to the use that it was meant to be for.
That's true.
So it's really important that you say that.
Yeah, training is very, very important.
Yeah. Also, that's the fortune now of the internet. You can go to Google on training, for example, for JAWS, etc. freedomscientific.com/training. You find all the YouTubes, etc. It's so easy But it takes time, and that is really and especially nowadays it is more global and also affordable. And since I am now traveling for freedom since 2006 in Africa, and I was lucky to have a voluntary service there for VSO, voluntary services OCs in Nigeria, and it is amazing also that it is helping, especially also people who are less fortunate than us, that we live here in the Western Europe or in the north part of America, etc. But it is coming everywhere, and knowledge and skills, and that it allows people to go to school and to have their own, to make their own choices. You know, that's very important.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. And what about in other kind of day-to-day activities, technology-wise? Do you have? Because I know Brian has an air fryer that will talk to him. Isn't that right?
Yeah, I do actually, and I've always used technology.
And there's no more, just to tell everyone, sorry to cut across you, Brian, just to tell you, there are no more available in the world in case my wife is listening.
It's sold out, completely sold out.
Completely sold out. So.
Yeah,
what's the air?
But no, I've always used technology to enable my independence. So a piece of technology can, help me to do things, and that's what I want. Yeah. I'm no good at cooking. I can't cook to save my life. And people are saying to me, get an air fryer, get an air fryer. I was like, I want an air fryer. Number one, I probably can't use it. And number two, I won't know how. So Cobalt produced a talking air fryer. And I bought one about 2 weeks before I knew it was available. But I hadn't taken it out of the box. So I was able to bring it back. But the air fryer will tell you the time and the temperature that you're putting your food in for. And you can set the time and the temperature in different increments. And then it gives this crazy loud sound when your food is ready that would scare the life out of a deaf person.
Oh my God.
And then what happens? Does the rest of the family have to do their own food? Like
they have to do their own food. I just do my food.
Yeah. Well, that's proper order.
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And you have a
stretch or starve.
Yeah.
That's how it is.
And you have a talking microwave as well.
I do have a talking microwave. Yeah, I've had that for a while, and that's just the microwave with a keypad fitted, and it has voice as well. But one time the keypad went a little bit crazy, and it kept shouting out different digits and numbers, and I was in a different part of the house completely. I didn't know where the voice was coming from. But the keypad on the microwave had gone faulty. But yes, I do have, and I do use it quite a lot, yeah.
And Jan, you love your coffee. Yeah. I know you don't have anything to talk.
Yeah, that's true. I have a bean machine that's grinding my own. It is a Jura with a light indicators, and then you have also a light indicator. It feels like a pen, and you have two with batteries, and then you can push a button, and then it will detect whether there's light. And when you turn the dial on this machine, we have this indication, and then it is almost then you know when you are there for the right one. But Oren, I learned that we need to close down already quickly, just like our own podcast. But I want to.
Are we out of time already?
Yeah, almost there. But it is. I want to make a call also. The most famous skill, or a technical aid or non-technical aid, are your social skills.
Yes.
Because when you're out and about, walking, and you're lost, or you need to ask. Don't be shy to ask for assistance. You have your voice with you. You can always talk, and that is the most important thing, because a battery can go down, or your tool can get corrupt, or whatever. It's all technical, but your voice is always there with you.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know that it can be not a 50-50 split in the blind and VI community, but I fully agree with Jan. Use your voice. If you get caught in something, you don't know where you are, you need help, just shout out. And we're going to wrap up because the school teacher has rang the bell. We hope you enjoyed it. I didn't really. Yeah, it's gone very quickly. But if anybody has any further questions, or you do want to listen to the podcast, it's Blind Guys Chat, and it's all on all the podcasting apps. But if you have any questions you'd like to ask us, we thought we might have some time for questions, but unfortunately we don't. You can email us at blindguyschat@gmail.com. blindguyschat@gmail.com. And I want to thank Jan for taking the time to from the vote count in the Netherlands.
Yeah, my pleasure.
Thank you very much. And Brian, thanks very much for coming along.
Pleasure.
We really appreciate it.
Pleasure.
And thank you to all of you for listening to us for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, all right.
So this is Jane Farr again from Trinity College Dublin in genetics. I worked in IRDs for 30 years. And I have the pleasure of chairing this next session now, which is on the retina, artificial intelligence and the retina. And we have William Woof from the Institute of Ophthalmology, who works on the Eye2Gene AI project with Nicholas Ponticus in the Institute of Ophthalmology in London. And so I'm very much looking forward to hearing your presentation.
Excellent. Can we all hear me okay? Brilliant. Yes, sir, I just want to say a great thank you to Retina International for inviting me along. It's a real privilege to get to speak to you all today. And it was great to hear, very exciting times going on in assistive technology. So a bit of a personal story. My brother is on a bit of a mission at the moment to try and find a screen reader that works for playing old Pokemon games. Probably one of the most important things you need to do. So I'm going to be talking about artificial intelligence, hopefully try and explain a little bit about what that is and how that may be changing things in ophthalmology a bit. And then I'm just going to talk a little bit about our project at UCL, which is Eye2Gene. But first, if I can just indulge myself a bit, I just wanted to tell you a little bit about myself. So I was born in the UK in London 32 years ago. And then at 2 years old, I was diagnosed with a hearing impairment. And some of you may know where I'm going from here. So when I was 18, I noticed a bit of a spot in the center of my vision. Just a little bit of a wiggly patch. And so I went to the optician, eventually got referred to Oxford Eye Hospital, and they basically identified what it was. So it was a macular edema in the back of the eye, so a bit of a fluid built up. But it was pretty clear from that they needed to run a follow-up set of tests. And eventually I came away with a diagnosis of retinitis pigmentosa. But as we all know, life goes on after you get a diagnosis. There's no stopping. So I did all the usual things. I learned to drive, went to university, so I studied maths at Durham. And then I was quite keen on my maths and sciences. So after that, I ended up going to study computer science, doing a PhD in computer science, and particularly in deep learning, AI, in the area called deep reinforcement learning. So that was at Manchester. So it was soon after then I had to stop driving. So after I graduated, this was right in the middle of the COVID pandemic, so I wasn't doing very much at that point, so I kind of decided actually I wasn't going to try it in the job market then, which turned out to be a great decision because I ended up helping out with this project, getting in touch with Nicholas Ponticus at the University College London, who had a very interesting project, and I thought, well, that's the sort of area I'm working in, and it looks quite interesting, so I got involved. And eventually that turned into a full-time position, so that was about 2 years ago. So I'm now a research fellow at the UCL, working on Eye2Gene. So artificial intelligence, it's something we've been hearing a lot about recently. I think the big thing that everyone's been seeing is OpenAI, ChatGPT, I imagine many of you have come across this. And I imagine actually, I've been hearing that many of you have been finding this very useful actually, just in general, but also as an assistive device. But of course, that's not the only thing that's been going on. So on the right here, I know that it's not very clear, but an example, one of the things that's been making a big difference in biological research is something called AlphaFold. So this is about protein folding. And it's basically cracked open one of the biggest problems in certain areas of biology. And of course, there's all sorts of other stuff going on. So one of the big things for me was when I started my PhD, that was around about when the first AI algorithms started beating the best human players at Go. So we know that chess was first beaten by AI algorithm back in, it was 1998, when Garry Kasparov was beaten by the engine Deep Blue. And then what made Go so different? Well, chess, it does require a lot of instinctive stuff, but it's the sort of stuff you can brute force. But there's a lot of stuff we can't brute force, and a lot of stuff when we're trying to program an algorithm or an AI to do something where we can't explicitly tell it how to behave because it's too complicated. We don't even know how we do it ourselves. So you look at an image or hear something, our brains are capable of understanding what it is, but we can't necessarily describe exactly why that is. And the same goes for positions on, the stones on the board on a game of Go. There are certain patterns that the best Go players will sort of instinctively pick up, but they can't describe them. They can try and describe them, but they can't, write them down, write a program to do that. So what's been making a difference recently is this area of deep learning, deep neural networks. And the way I like to describe this is this finally giving computers a kind of the ability, or us, the ability to give computers the ability to have a kind of intuition. And so what are neural networks? They get described in a lot of different ways. But the way I like to think of them is basically you have this box. Now this box is what we call a function. So you can input an input, and that can be sort of any form really. So you can do images, you can do text, you can do audio, and then it will do some processing on it, and then it will spit an output. And again, that output can be many different things. So here we're just, example I'm just showing is of trying to rank different outputs of what this might be, so cat, dog, or whatever. But the important thing is for that box as well, there's lots of tiny little tunable parameters. So we can tweak those, and they kind of change how the output depends on the input. And of course, the problem is how do you tune those parameters to make it give the right outputs for the input? And that's not something that we can do directly because that's way too complicated. But what we can do is we can try and use data to drive that forward. So we let the data do the talking. And the way we do this is we basically take pairs of examples. So we'll take let's say if we're doing images, we'll take an image, and then we'll take the correct answer. We'll feed that image or text or whatever through the network, and then it will produce an output. Now, at the start, that output's almost certainly going to be wrong. It's going to be basically random. But what we do is we compare that output to what we know the correct answer is, and there's algorithms we can use to tune those parameters in the right direction just to get it slightly closer to the correct answer. And we do that thousands and thousands, millions and millions, even the big language models we see today are literally trained on trillions of examples. We do that enough, the network becomes very, very good, given an input, giving the output that matches what we've been showing it in the data. So AI is already transforming healthcare. We're seeing it a lot in radiology. Unfortunately, we're a little bit behind in ophthalmology, but actually we've been seeing big changes recently, particularly with stuff like age-related macular degeneration. As I've been saying before, AlphaFold, hugely impactful. But there's also stuff like things like using things like large language models for data analysis. So a lot of information is not stored in easily accessible formats for computers, but it will be stored in patient letters and so on. And be able to extract those is very, very difficult. But fortunately, we'll be able to more and more be able to build better data sets of patients for medical research. So I guess one way which we're hoping that things will change is with our project i2Gene. So this is a project which we're carrying out at University College London. So it's the brainchild of Nicholas Ponticus. So unfortunately he can't be here today because he's just had a baby. But I'm speaking here on behalf of the project, so I'm the lead AI engineer. And so just to give a bit of a background, we all know this. So this is inherited retinal degenerations. So we're talking about things which are affecting the retina caused by a mutation in a single gene. Now, identifying that particular gene is, as we all know, that's really important. It helps give clarity to us as patients. It helps us understand things like prognosis. It's really important in future as well for, as clinical trials start coming along, as treatments start coming along, most of them are going to be gene-specific. And not just for when they come along, but before they come along, pharmaceutical companies or gene therapy companies, they need to have databases of patients that they can know that they can do the trial on. We need to be able to understand historical data for developing trials and so on. So it's really important that we have good coverage of genetic diagnosis. But unfortunately, there's an unmet need here. So this is talking particularly about a UK context, but the average time between initial presentation and a formal confirmed genetic diagnosis is about 5 years. And coverage is fairly poor, so we estimate about 40 to 50% of patients never actually end up receiving a proper genetic diagnosis. So in my example here, I was seen initially in 2010. One of the Oxford, I was seen at both Oxford and at Moorfields, and even then took about 5 years to receive a genetic diagnosis. And remember, this considering this was a syndromic condition, it's about the most classic case you could get, really. So one thing that is really important when clinicians try and understand IRDs is imaging. So this is when there's multiple different types of imaging that are done, but this is just basically taking a photograph of the back of your eye. And there's a lot of stuff they can pick up on these images, but being able to go from images to actually, there's over 300 or about 280 different known candidate genes. It's obviously a very difficult task to actually try and predict what might be the genetic cause. So this is where i2Gene, we think it can really help. And the idea behind i2Gene is basically we're training artificial intelligence basically to go from images to try and predict potential candidate genes. And so we don't anticipate that this is going to replace any sort of genetic testing, except maybe in cases where it's completely infeasible. But ideally, we always want to confirm genetic test. But what we think this can do is help speed up that process and help reduce that coverage gap. And so, as I was saying before, the way we train these algorithms is very data intensive. So we're very lucky to have access to the patient cohort at Moorfields Eye Hospital. It's one of the biggest cohort of IRD patients in the world. We're lucky as well that in the NHS we're able to use patient data for research purposes. It's a responsibility we take very seriously. But this is what really enables us to train the algorithm. So we basically take those patients who have confirmed genetic diagnosis, we take the historical imaging we've got, and we basically use that to train a series of neural networks. So we actually use what's called an ensemble. So this is a bit like where you might have a consortium of doctors, they each give their own opinion, and then you take the majority. In the same way, that works well for neural networks. You train multiple of them, and then you kind of use them to, they kind of cancel out each other's biases in a way. So just to give a context, so we then, to see how well our algorithm did, we've tested it on patients not just from Moorfields, but from multiple centres around the world. So we've got, at the moment, we've got 5 external sites. And actually we found that in about 65% of cases, IgGene could predict the correct gene from patient imaging 65% of the time. And if you allow it to basically make up to 5 guesses, that jumped up to about 85% of the time. So just to put that in context as well, so we wanted to see actually how good were humans at this. So we asked some of the best doctors, both at Moorfields and other sites, basically to do the same job that the AI was doing. Now, this isn't completely representative of what they do in the clinic, but it gives a good idea of actually how difficult this task is. So we asked them to basically, given an image, can they pick from, in this case, we only did 36 different genes, which one that patient had been diagnosed with. And so this was a particularly difficult task as well, because we said we basically gave them, to get representation from the least common genes, we gave it a sort of flat distribution, which is particularly more difficult for the AI, it's more difficult for humans. So that's why some of these numbers are a little bit lower. But actually, we found that IgGene was, in many cases, about twice as good at this task. So again, take this with a little bit of pinch of salt, because this is not completely representative of what doctors will do. But the way I like to describe it is kind of we're suddenly able to do something that humans can't do, which is go from images and make a pretty good guess about what the causative gene might be. I'm just going to skip over this in the interest of time. So I just want to say, so IgGene, our project is not just about classification. We're doing many different things, such as image segmentation, which is useful for things like looking for biomarkers in clinical trials. And hopefully as well get a better understanding of what progression looks like in different diseases, because that's really important as well for clinical trials. We kind of, so the main thing we hope, though, is that we're going to be able to both reduce that time to diagnosis, increase that coverage, and also improve access to genetic testing, because if we can make genetic testing easier by meaning that you can use cheaper tests, which maybe test for fewer genes, such as gene panels, that means it can be offered more widely. And this doesn't have just implications for patient diagnosis, but also we're hoping to reduce barriers to clinical trials as well by, as I was saying, reducing that barrier to identifying patients, reducing barriers to identifying outcomes and biomarkers. And yeah, I think the way I like to describe it as well is on the research side, it won't apply to all areas of research, but where can we sort of turbocharge research by giving techniques which use imaging to identify things which usually take a lot of effort much, much more quickly and cheaply. So I think, yeah, so I just wanted to say we work at the moment in a UK context, but actually we feel that this stuff, the IgGene is most valuable in places where there isn't necessarily the same level of expertise. In the UK, we have a whole genome sequencing by default, which we're very lucky to have. But there's many places in the world where there's not that same access to expertise. And there's huge patient populations, for example, in India and China, where they have the imaging. They obviously have huge cohorts of potential patients, and they don't really have the same access to resources. So if you're interested in getting involved, so this is my email and Nicholas Pontos' email. We've got an email at, we've got a website, itogene.com. And finally, just to say a big thanks to all our collaborators. This is only a fraction of the people we work with, thanks to our patient advisory group, very active, and of course all our funders and all the patients as well.
William, thanks so much for a fantastic talk illuminating the many applications of AI in the retina, including the i2Gene project. We've time for a question or two, if there are questions from the audience. There's a question here? Yeah, sorry, Jackie. There's a mic coming.
Thanks very much. It was a really good talk and very interesting. So when you're looking at images in our MDT, it's often quite difficult to decide from the image what gene is going to be involved. So with the i2Gene, is it just the top 5 genes that you used that got the 85% success rate, or is it just the full panel?
Yes, so at the moment, i2Gene will give predictions, basically. It will present them as probability predictions. Now, they're not actually probabilities because you need to do calibration, but for every single one of those 63 genes, it will basically give you a probability. So the 85% is basically in our test set. Now, we expect that number to maybe go down slightly depending on different patient populations, but basically, if you look at the top 5 genes, so yes, so there's basically about an 85% probability of any given patient being in those top 5 predictions from i2Gene.
Very good. Thank you.
Is there another question? Yeah, Julie. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Hi, William. Julie Silvestri. Thanks very much. I mean, that's absolutely fascinating. You also mentioned that it might help us to me earlier, that it might help us to screen out people who are not genetically linked, you know, the phenocopies, which I think would be very helpful, even if for that information. Thank you. Great presentation.
Yes, so as I was saying with i2Gene, I think we've got ambitions of going beyond, far beyond just doing predictions. So screening, as we call it, is very high up on our radar, and this is where basically before patients present with a suspected IRD, we can try and filter out patients who may have similar conditions which are often misdiagnosed as IRDs, such as posterior uveitis, birdshot, even geographic atrophy, and try and help to, because it's very inefficient in patient, especially for the patient, if you get sent down the wrong pathway, you end up having to see a whole bunch more doctors, and then you eventually get shifted back onto the original pathway as well. So yes, this is something we're very much looking into. It just ends up being slightly more complicated just thinking about the safety concerns as well. So that's why we haven't looked into it more, but we do have a prototype already for that, and it's something we definitely want to look into more in future.
Well, if there are no more questions for William, I just wanted to again say thank you very much for such a fantastic presentation. I sense we'll have a lot more presentations like this in the future with AI.
Thank you, William, and thank you, Jane. So the important information is, it is now 12 minutes past 1 by my watch. We reconvene at 2 p.m., but now you have a choice of sessions. There is a Spanish panel in the Goldsmiths Hall number 1. So that's Goldsmiths Hall number 1 at 2 p.m. for the Spanish panel. For the age-related macular degeneration, AMD, that's in Goldsmiths 2. So AMD in Goldsmiths 2 at 2 p.m. If you are here for the IRDs, then that's 2 o'clock in this room. 2 o'clock in this room for IRDs. Lunch is now served. Be sure to go up to the upper ground and meet with our sponsors and exhibitors. Thank you all.
start the afternoon session. So first of all, I'd like to welcome you back after lunch, and I hope you're well watered and your bellies are full of the fine food. And we have a stellar cast lined up for the next hour, I must say. And it's a real privilege to be just even to chair this session as a clinical geneticist. So the first half of the session will be led by Professor Franz Kramer and Professor Bart Leroy. And they're going to be tackling knowing your gene and the genetic testing pathway. And the second half of the session will be led by Jackie Turner, very senior genetic counsellor in the Mater here, and Professor Julie Silvestri, who's Professor of Services at Belfast Health and Social Care Trust. And they will be tackling the Target 5000, a standardised all-Ireland pathway. So I will hand over to Professor Kramers and look forward to it.
Thank you very much. So my name is Franz Kremers, working in Nijmegen. I've been doing research in genetics of ophthalmology in the last 35 years. I'm doing genetic testing in a research setting in the Netherlands, Nijmegen, mostly for non-Dutch individuals, not so much for the Dutch. But I do know the Dutch landscape of genetic testing quite well. I will give a very general picture of genetic testing, but also tell you a little bit about a joint project that I had ongoing with the team of Jane Farrar in the last couple of years.
My name is Bart Leroy. I'm a geneticist and ophthalmologist in Ghent, Belgium, where I work. I do IRD clinics there and genetics clinics for ophthalmology. And what I'll do is I'll kick off briefly talking to you about why I think that genetic testing is required, and then I'll hand over to Franz, who will go into the technology a little bit more. So with that, let's get the first slides up, if I may. Thank you. So basically, knowing your gene is the topic of what we're going to talk about. These are my financial disclosures. They're not important. We now know over 20,000 genes, and we know that 325 of them, and counting, are known for retinal disease. And so basically, the landscape is very different. You have a lot of individuals in the world where you have a genetic disease. And if you start calculating, there's about 5.5 million individuals in the world who suffer from an IRD. The landscape is very different in the sense that there are overlaps both at the clinical level and at the genetic level. And so to try and make sense of an individual's case, we need genetic testing. Why do we do this? Because we are slowly moving from how a disease presents in an eye to what is the real cause of this condition, because we know that for any one gene, the condition can be rather different individually. So you have, as a patient, the right to know your genotype. And there's multiple reasons why. First of all, it gives you closure to know where you are at, to know that you have either an isolated condition or a syndromic condition, that is something else on top of the retinal disease. This helps you because it gives you closure. You can also know the recurrence risk for your for future generations, and you can do something about it. You can have pre-implantation or prenatal diagnosis and make use of what we have. And then obviously the visual prognosis often depends on the genotype, so you have a better idea of what your prognosis is. And lastly, obviously, you have most of the gene therapies under development that are gene-specific. So for example, here you see an image, and I'll describe it for those of you who can't see the slide. These are three very different individuals. If you look at the back of their eyes, they all have ABCA4 mutations, the gene that is one of the specializations of my colleague Franz Kramers. Here what you see is conditions that look like Stargardt, but they're all due to different genes. And so it is a little bit of a potpourri when you look at things genetically and you look at things clinically. You have to put them both together. There are gene therapies. I present a list far too small for you to read, just to know that there are many. And there's yet another slide. These are all clinical trials ongoing and reasons to have gene testing done. We know Leber disease of the retina, Leber congenital amaurosis gives you no vision from birth or virtually nothing with 24 genes. And I've indicated with arrows 4 of the 24 genes that we now have a treatment either on the market for, or we have a treatment under development. And so, for example, we know Luxturna, developed by Jean Bennett and her husband, Albert Maguire, is on the market as a therapy that is reimbursed in many of our countries. We have done in Ghent, we've done quite a few patients, 16 in total now, and it is something that we can do. We have a reimbursement for it. For Gucci2D IRD, which is another gene, we also have a gene therapy available under study from the group of Shannon Boys. And we have a CEP290, which is yet another gene. Very bad disease in the sense that many people with CEP290 mutations have a very low vision, but there are always targetable cells, and a novel technology is being tested currently which manipulates the RNA, which is a stage between the DNA, the gene, and the protein, which is written in another language. So how do you test patients? Well, first of all, you cannot just draw blood and say, go away, we're going to test your gene. You have to explain what you're doing. You have to do a pedigree, because the pedigree gives you good clues about inheritance. And then obviously you have to make sure that the patient understands her or his rights regarding the testing that you're proposing. What can you do and what type of implications may it have for people from other generations coming? So basically, we mostly use blood samples or buccal swabs to do this. These are 2 types of material from our body that are easily reachable. We can then isolate DNA and do testing. I've listed here 8 centers in Belgium. That's the way we are organized. The Netherlands, Ireland, they're all differently organized, but you have centers where you can get those testings done, or you use commercial labs. We don't use much commercial labs in Belgium. We use the testing facilities. And for example, Ghent, my colleague Elfriede de Bare, does the testing for the whole country. And then obviously when you get the test back as a doctor, what you need to do is make sure that the patient understands the results. And so if the doctor doesn't understand what the implications are, it is required to refer to a genetic center, because the patient has the right to fully understand the implications of what it means. America, I've practiced in America, and you get just, as a patient, you get sent back your results, and there's very little explanation, and that doesn't work. People are panicking, and they come to our clinics to then get the explanations. So the referral to an ocular geneticist is essential in this matter. We need to make sure that you understand that you have the right to know your gene, but you also equally have the right to get someone to explain to you what that means. And I'm pretty certain my fellow speakers will be talking about that as well. So how do you get this done? Because some of the countries, like Romania, like Hungary, like Bulgaria, do not have the testing facilities that we have in our countries. And so I see many of those patients through a mechanism that we have, a referral pattern through the European Reference Network for Rare Eye Diseases. This is a group of 60 centers, 52 centers plus 8 affiliated centers that work together across Europe to make sure that rare eye disease patients get the testing done and get the explanations. So in conclusion, again, a list of why you want testing. You want closure, you want to know your prognosis, you want to have the right to know whether there's any treatment under development, But before that, you have the right to actually use the genetic testing result for future generations. It might be that you want to say, well, I want children, but I have a dominant disease. I do not wish to have that 1 out of 2 risk to have an affected child. So with that, thank you very much for your attention. I'm going to pass over to Frans.
Thank you. Thank you, Bart. And we will have questions shortly after my presentation, which will be about 7 minutes. So then we have time left also for some questions. So what is the routine? And I put it in very simple terms how this is done and what it means and what you can get from a genetic test. So you visit an ophthalmologist, sometimes a clinical geneticist, and you are aware of the fact that you have likely an inherited eye condition. The genetic test is done in different ways, and the outcome then has 3 options, basically. The first option that the result will confirm what was suspected by the ophthalmologist, and in most cases that will sort of close the genetic testing part. The second possibility is that there will be a clinical re-examination because maybe the genetic result pointed in a direction that needs more information. Maybe the genetic test result was a little bit off compared to what the gene normally would do in other individuals. But maybe there could also be a reason to look again because there could be more than just an eye that is affected. And finally, there could be no conclusive genetic test, which we still see quite regularly in the clinic, and then it needs more follow-up studies. And in my situation in Nijmegen, then often we would get these samples if they are from the Netherlands, and we will take them forward using the latest technology to do even more than what is done routinely. So routinely, I would say, if I look at different countries, and I have my personal experience in Lille, France, where I spent about 5 months just to look at their system, they do still on a larger base, they do genetic testing by a gene panel. And you heard the story from Helene Dolfus, where they also started to do whole genome sequencing. But I think at this moment still, of the, let's say, the 1,300 cases they get in Lille, about 80% is still going via the gene panel tests. And the smaller numbers going into whole genome sequencing. And both have their advantages and disadvantages, and I will show them a little bit now. In the gene panel testing, you sequence all the protein coding elements of the genes. And then you have a result across the board of about 65%. In some centers, including in France, what you've heard, but also in Nijmegen, they started now as a routine to do whole genome sequencing, also for IRDs. The experience that we have found, both in diagnostics, but also in research, is that if you do so, you will find about 10% more cases to be identified to have the genetic defect known. Why is that? The reason is as follows. We still have the central dogma from DNA, RNA to protein that you've seen quite often. The gene is generally quite big, and only small pieces of the gene are then put into the messenger RNA, and they are translated into a protein. So that concept is important to know because it also tells you a little bit what the differences are between these technologies. And what is the difference between targeted panel sequencing and whole exome sequencing compared to whole genome sequencing is that whole genome sequencing also will look at the non-coding regions, the parts that are not coding for protein. So we can distinguish actually 3 major types of variations to understand this a little bit better. Most of the variants will be in the protein coding elements, those that encode for the protein. A smaller fraction will be in the non-coding regions. And there are, I call them here small non-coding. They can have an effect on the RNA and thereby indirectly on the protein. And then we have the very large abnormalities that take out parts of the gene. I call them here large coding because in most cases they take out part of the exons, part of the coding elements. And all 3 of them can be found. But I would say the small coding are the more prevalent ones and the other 2 are less frequent. So if you do the standard testing using gene panel sequencing or whole exome sequencing, we have about 65% of genetic testing result to be completed. If we do the complete genome or the complete gene, we can add another 10% to this 65% on average. So the increase is not that big. So having said that, we can also appreciate that the success rates vary. Where congenital blindness, I'm pretty sure we can find the mutations in 90% of the individuals. But if you go down to RP and maculopathies, this drops dramatically to about 35–40%. So there are differences between these conditions that we do not yet understand fully why the genetic testing result differences are so big. So I want to bring in a study that I've been doing with Jane Farrar's laboratory the last couple of years to look specifically at maculopathies. You remember from the last slide that the maculopathies had the lowest genetic testing result yield, about 35–40%. So we believe there's most to gain scientifically, but also genetically, to study this further. To understand why there are differences between maculopathies and the other conditions is that we believe, basically, that the congenital blindness and maybe ABCC4 Stargardt disease are at an end where one gene will give you most of the impact for the individual that has the disease, Stargardt disease or LCA. But at the other end, you have maculopathies that probably are also due to other factors that we do not yet understand very well. And they are probably overlapping a bit with age-related maculopathies. But we just don't understand it. So there are two sides to this picture. Left is about one gene having a big impact, and on the right there are conditions that have multiple genes involved, but that could also involve some of the maculopathies that we now consider to be monogenic or inherited, that may be not entirely inherited, but may also have non-genetic factors. So in this study that we published very recently, we analyzed a total of 1,200 cases of maculopathies that we could not yet know the defect of. And we collected many samples and we screened them for all the genes involved in maculopathies using a very cost-effective manner. In fact, 105 genes that covered all the inherited forms, all the risk factors at the age-related form, the mitochondrium, all of that. The results are simply that we could find mutations in 40% of the cases. But at least in 1 out of 3 of these sort of so-called solved cases, we could actually say that we do not understand fully what's happening in these patients, because if you look at the statistics of the mutations that we found in these genes, we could also predict that they do not explain the complete phenotype. We call them sort of solved because we found causal variants, but we also know that it's not the complete picture. So there's more that we still have to learn from several variants in ABCC4, CNGB3 and CDHR1 as 3 examples. So it is important to know this because for some of these mutated genes, therapies are being developed. So you want to know what's happening. And the third and last part of the result is in 60% of the cases, we cannot find a conclusive genetic result. And so, yeah, we are still a little bit in the dark here. We hypothesize that there is overlap between inherited, so-called inherited and non-inherited maculopathies, and that we still have to learn where this overlap is. And that actually we have looked at the data for inherited, so-called inherited forms of maculopathies, but we also looked at the same number of AMD cases. And what we found was that some of the cases that we call inherited most likely can be put into the age-related group, but there's also about 2% of cases that are originally labeled as age-related maculopathies that we can now put into the inherited fraction because we found mutations in inherited, let's say, sort of genes that have strong impact. So the conclusion of the study were that the age onset of maculopathies is a poor criterion to distinguish inherited from multifactorial MD cases, that there's not a clear distinction at all levels between inherited and age-related maculopathy cases. So the standard genetic testing in inherited retinal diseases reveals the main, but not all of the cases to be solved. That whole genome sequencing can bring us a little bit more than what we have done in the past, and that we still are looking for other factors that we do not understand fully. These are my collaborators on the latter part of my talk, and we have been collaborating on this for the last couple of years. And so I now would like to spend the last 5 minutes or 8 minutes, because we start a little bit later, to get questions from the audience that can be on any aspect of genetic testing. So if you have any question on genetic testing, please make yourself known.
I hope the floor is open now.
Thank you. I would hope there are burning questions.
Yes, there's a question up there.
Yeah.
Do we have a microphone? Eric, it's coming.
Just behind you.
I wanted to ask a question about genetic testing because we have a unique situation that may or may not be unique. We have a brother, 2 brothers that have both been verified 2 or 3 times as having the CHM gene mutation. But the older brother, who is in his 50s, has no symptoms whatsoever when you look in his eye. And we're trying to figure out as a foundation, where can we invest our research to do a deeper dive or anything like that that might give us some sort of indication of potential therapies or neuroprotective agents for our eye disease. And the second follow-up to that is I'm wondering, is this an isolation? Because in America, if a patient, a male, is tested, they will ask to look in the eyes of the siblings. And if there is no symptoms, they're not genetically tested. And I'm just wondering is this an anomaly or could there be a trend potentially?
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, to answer your first question, to have a choroideremia gene defect and not have the phenotype, that's a very, very rare situation. I've never heard of it, but maybe, no? So that is very rare. If there are sort of compensating modifiers that are in a positive direction working for that individual, it could be hugely important to identify those. I guess what could be required, and now I'm going a little bit into a technical domain, but of course what could be done is, especially for a disease like choroideremia, where the gene is also expressed in other tissue than just the eye, maybe by doing a full metabolomic study and maybe transcriptomic studies, we could get some lead ideas what could be happening, that there is a modifying factor that puts it in a non-disease state. And then maybe linked to your second question, this is probably about when you get in consent to look at the eye if a person is not diseased. It takes a certain, but maybe Bart can comment on that, but I think it should be possible to get some kind of permission that this is also possible, because if that brother has a very small sign of disease, that would also be important to know, right?
Okay. But thank you.
Friends, Juliana here.
Yes.
On the side. Yes, Juliana Salum from Brazil. Just commenting on this question, I saw a Klinefelter patient that has an extra X gene that could explain this case, or maybe mosaicism also is. It's very, very rare, but something that could be looked at.
Yeah, so Klinefelter syndrome could be, obviously getting chromosomes done would be logical to look at that. To be honest, regarding your question, Eric, on genetic testing, obviously having practiced both in the US and in Belgium, I know the differences. There's less money in the system for genetic testing in the US, which is an anomaly. I speak as a US citizen. I'm ashamed that genetic testing is not available in the US as it is in my other country, Belgium, or in the Netherlands, etc., where you get reimbursement. To lay the puzzle completely, we generate mostly a picture of a family. So, for example, if you want a gene therapy done, it is important to know the segregation. Segregation is the term that we use to see where does which change in the gene come from. For example, this change comes from father, this change comes from mother for recessive disease, because that does reinforce the findings of recessive disease. For X-linked disease like choroideremia in your case, I'd certainly do the testing in your unaffected brother. I would certainly look at the eyes more in detail, test really in depth clinically, and then I would certainly also look into what Juliana was alluding to, Klinefelter syndrome, where you have 2 X chromosomes plus 1 Y chromosome, which could potentially explain that. More questions? So there's one at the back there. Yeah. The microphone is coming. From your left, the microphone.
Sorry, who was it?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. Hi, thanks so much for telling us about the genes. I have PDE6B. Are you doing any research on it?
PDE6B is certainly being looked at. There's a group in Nantes in France that is looking at that gene and are developing gene therapy for it, yes.
Thank you so much.
So I'd just like to say thanks again to Professors Leroy and Creamers for the first half of this section. But now I invite Ms. Jackie Turner and Professor Julie Silvestri to the stage to speak on the Target 5000, a standardised All-Ireland pathway. And as they make their way to the stage, I'm very honoured to tell you that Jackie Turner is a very senior genetic counsellor. She's 26 years of experience and was the second genetic counsellor appointed in Ireland, and she works in the Mater Hospital. And Professor Julie Silvestri is the Director of the Ophthalmic Services at the Belfast Health and Social Care Trust, an Honorary Professor at the Centre of Public Health at Queen's Square University, and also co-lead on the Northern Ireland Clinical Research Networks. So looking forward to the presentations.
Is this on? Is that? No, I'm just going to be here. Okay. I'm just going to go back one. Oh, no. Hi, everybody, and thank you very much to the organisers for allowing myself, David Keegan, and Professor Silvestri to come and present today and explain, where we're at with the Target 5000 study. Professor Keegan, unfortunately, can't be with us this afternoon, so I'm standing in for him. The first... I'm going to go on to the next slide. The Novartis have very kindly offered us grant support so that we could genetically test our patients. And they've also, so I just wanted to say that beforehand. So the next slide is very busy. But what I want to say about this slide is that the Target 5000 study involves genetically testing all patients with suspected retinal disease. And then patients are diagnosed clinically with an inherited disease. Then they go and find the genetic change that causes their condition. But there are many genes that cause the same genetic condition. So for RP, there might be like 80 plus genes that cause RP. So there are many genes that are causing the same effect, which is very interesting. But there's also one gene, sometimes you can have one gene that causes two separate clinical effects. So you can have a family that has one brother with RP and another brother with cone rod dystrophy, and they have the same gene change. So one gene change is causing two different effects in different people. So genetic testing of eye disease is complex. So that's very important to say that. So that's my next. So when we started our study in 2016, we were looking to see what other centres were offering by way of a pathway for genetic testing of their patients. And of course, we looked to the UK, and they had already several centres that were genetically testing their patients. And we then looked to see what patients were looking for. And patients were looking for, first of all, they wanted, first of all, they wanted a clinical diagnosis. They wanted to know, what is their gene change? You know, can it confirm what their doctors have seen in their eyes? What is the prognosis? How is this gene change, how is this genetic condition going to develop over time? And they also wanted to know, how is this gene inherited in my family? And several times when I've seen patients for genetic counselling, they've been told that their gene change has been inherited a different way. So by us doing the genetic test, we've confirmed the inheritance pattern. So by taking a family history, you sometimes might get a mixed idea as to what is happening inheritance-wise. So I've had patients that have come to me saying that their condition is recessive and we've diagnosed a dominant condition, or that their condition is X-linked and we've diagnosed a recessive condition. So that is obviously very, very important information for them and for their families. The next thing that people are looking for is they want to know about the research. They want to know what research is going on and what research is affecting the gene that they have in their family, and what is the likelihood of them getting involved in clinical trials. They also want practical support, because patients, they come, often when I see patients, they might be eligible for more grants or there might be grants or other things like that that they need because they have maybe been diagnosed as having the blind. They're actually at the registered age for blind. You know, the level. Yes, sorry. And then, so that's obviously very important. And then psychological support. So a lot of patients come with terrible stories like we've heard this morning of how they were diagnosed, and they sit with them, and they may have become isolated or depressed over the years, and they get stuck in a rut. And I suppose losing your sight, especially progressive sight loss, it's a grief response that you're going through, because you've lost your sight, and then also it's progressive. So over time, that grief is continuing, and it's about trying to get patients to, yes, accept that, but try and move on from it. So I can't, sorry, I can only see some slides. So the impact on well-being. So a little while ago in 2019, Deloitte did a study on the socioeconomic effects of inherited retinal disease in the Irish patients. And they found that there was a very high level, I can't read it here, of anxiety and depression in patients, but also in their caregivers. So there's a real need for psychological support. Patients, obviously, it could be, so what we need to do is we need to signpost patients to supports. And so what we would do is we'd signpost them to the iClinic liaison officer, but also to the support groups and to community groups, because there are community groups that want to encourage people with disability and with vision impairment to take part in sports and other activities. And it was wonderful this morning to hear the Visionary Choir. I think that's an amazing thing for people to get involved in. It's a bit of fun as well. Okay, so the impact on, sorry, I'm just, so yeah, I just wanted to show you the pathway that we've developed for the Target 5000 study. And this pathway has been developed to ensure that all patients get access to the exact same service and management. And we're really careful that all our patients go through exactly the same pathway. So I'm just going to walk you through that pathway. And I'm going to have to, I think I'm going to have to move over so I can read it. Oh, brilliant. Okay, so the patients are confirmed clinically with an IRD and they're consented onto the Target 5000 study. And then between 2016 and 2019, they were sent to the research lab. So Trinity College Dublin very kindly tested our patients. And so then any of the results from that test, then if they had a positive result, if we found the gene change in the family, we then sent those samples to Manchester for targeted testing. And since 2019 and 2000 and now, we're now sending our samples directly to Blueprint Diagnostic Lab for panel testing. So the initial testing in Trinity Lab was 254 genes. But some of those patients, obviously about 70% of our patients, we find the gene change. In about 30, we don't find the gene change, so they don't have a genetic result. And those patients we'll bring back to our MDT. We'll look at I'll have taken a family history to see if there's any clues in the family history. And then we might send, or what we're plan to do is to send most of those patients, some of them have already gone to Blueprint, to see if we can find the genetic change, if Blueprint can find them, whereas the research lab was maybe not able to do it. So then all of the results go to our MDT. So your genetic test result, your pictures of the eyes will come to our MDT and we'll discuss your case fully. The genetic counsellor, the ophthalmology team, and the lab team. And we'll just check that, yes, your picture, the picture that we see in the back of your eyes, fits with the gene change and fits with your history, your family history. So all the gene-positive patients, I'll see them for genetic counselling. I'll signpost them to support, but they'll also have their clinical review every 2 years. The clinical review is really important because the clinical review will also, first of all, allow us to track the natural history of the condition, but also allow us to pick up these secondary indications. So you can have a higher risk of cataracts or cystoid macular edema, and we can pick those up and we can treat those. So it's really important that you come for your reviews so we can check that you have your best possible vision, okay? So that's really important. And we also put you on a register, on our Target 5000 register, and I'll explain a little bit more about that in a minute. So the gene-negative patients, what do we do with those? So I take the family history, so I'll ring patients, I'll tell them, look, we weren't able to find anything on your test, and then we'll do what we started to do initially was a whole exome screen. We're now not going to do whole exome screening because we didn't get very good results from that. We did it on 4 patients and we only had a result from 1. So what we're going to do is we're going to return those patients for research, and they'll probably end up doing the whole genome screening for those patients. And again, we're putting them on a register and they have the full review. And I'm going to send you over to Professor Silvestri. She's going to talk about the Northern Ireland experience, and then I'll come on and tell you a little bit more about what we're doing. Okay.
Thank you very much. Much of what I was going to say has probably already been covered. But I suppose what I wanted to address, and it came up this morning, the questions patients will ask when they come to the clinic, prognosis, when will I go blind? And this was discussed this morning, but I'm not sure that everyone wants to know that. And I was a bit shocked to hear that some ophthalmologists were just saying, well, you're going to go blind in 10 years, etc. So I'd like the audience to think, do they want to know their timeline? And also, as we've heard now from the gentleman talking about his brother with the choroideremia gene, who actually doesn't express the disease, and we heard on another gene yesterday, PRPF31, depends on the other gene you have, on the other allele you have. So I don't know how precise we can always be. Now, I don't treat children, so obviously the very severe ones in childhood, maybe there's a more precise timeline. So I don't know, be thinking about, do you want to know? I generally don't address that in great detail unless the patient asks that specifically. Can I pass it on to my children? That's been covered, and that is really, really very important. And is there any treatment? So this is showing a pedigree, which is probably very hard for people to see, and it's what we take whenever we take a family history. And this is one that's always stuck in my mind. Very big Irish family, boys affected, doesn't look dominant because there's no male-to-male transmission. And the presumption was always that this was X-linked, and that the girls would then, the daughters of the affected males would pass, a good chance of passing this on to their sons. And what happened is that and it was a very severe disease, which also goes with X-linked disease. And the girls had started doing embryonic testing to select out just the girls. So they just were not willing to take the risk because it was so severe. Tried for years to find the gene, and eventually we did find the gene, and it was recessive, which changes the whole thing. And it was just by chance, which seems incredible. So it is incredibly important, as been discussed, that we know the gene, and obviously for treatment, which are mostly gene specific. So, and it's to the people who are here from Northern Ireland, I know I've been saying this for years, but it's taken a long time even to get genotyping, because unlike the rest of some of the UK, we don't have enough funding for genotyping, but we've done it through grants, and thank you everyone for participating. And I also have to acknowledge Novartis. And when we started this 20 years ago, you know, you were getting maybe 1 in 20, you would find the result, and now with the different techniques, as everyone else has said, generally it's in about 70 out of every 100 patients that we find the gene. So it's come on a long way. And Blueprint Genetics, Jackie's just mentioned, I have fallen in love with them a bit. They are a great company. You just go on to their website. I can even get onto it through the Belfast Trust computer, which usually blocks everything. And you just put in the thing, make your order. In 6 weeks, they'll send you back a fabulously detailed result. And again, as Bart was saying earlier, for the maculopathies, it's much less, but for the generalized IRDs, it's around 70%. So it's really great. And we were the recipients of a grant, which has really helped us along. So just to mention, some people, I think it was mentioned class 5 and class 4. So whenever the results come back, class 5 variant means it's definite, and that means it's been shown to be disease-causing in the population. It's not present in controls. Class 4 is probable, and that's often just awaiting further testing and more patients to show it. The one that breaks our hearts are the variants of unknown significance, because they look as if they could do the disease, but it hasn't been proven. And for some of the patients who, you know, we say, we're not sure, you've gone class 5, you have a VUS, that needs more work, and we're hoping, certainly in the Belfast pedigrees, to do some more work in that. And then class 2, likely benign, class 1, benign. So that's why sometimes we're a bit iffy on whether we're giving you a definite result. And so we have, target 5,000, Jackie's too young to remember why it's target 5,000. So when it started, it was target 3,000 for Ireland. I said, what about us? So went up to target 5,000, and I don't know if 5,000 is too many. I think the South have 2,500 confirmed. We have around 700 affected individuals in Northern Ireland. Not all of them have their genotype, so we're sitting up above 3,000. So maybe 5,000 is okay, but maybe it's more like 4,000. So we've over 700 affected in our database, and almost 600 have had some form of genetic testing, either research or accredited. And I'm certainly not keen to give a patient back their result unless it's confirmed through an accredited lab. It's no reflection on the research labs, but I think it's safer that way. And we have a rate of 72% solving, which is about the same, really, as everyone else is saying. So I tend not to give back the research grade. I don't know what other people do. So our most common is ABCA4, very common, seems to be everywhere, USH2A, PRPF. So we were sort of falling in line with everyone else, I think, in terms of genetic profile. So our flow is a bit simpler because we don't have the research laboratories there. So patients are generally referred in by their optometrist or their GP. They get sent to a dedicated IRD clinic. where we draw the pedigree, take blood for obviously genetic testing that hasn't been done before. And a lot of the families are now known to us, so we can just confirm it in that condition. And then we look for the cataract, macular edema, etc., and we treat that. And then once the result comes back, the genetic counsellor, Claire, who's down in the audience there, very kindly phones up and we do that by telephone, which I think is fine actually, and I'd like to hear from the patients how they feel about that. And then we send out the pedigree, and I would like to hear from the patients, how do you want the result, the result, not the pedigree, because people said to me, will you stop sending me paper, we can't see it. That's fair enough. So I think digitally is better. Sometimes there's difficulty because it has to be encrypted coming out of the trust. So I would like to know if there are any other ways that you would like to receive your result, and then we will have follow-up for those who are on treatment for macular edema, etc. And we also have a new pathway which is called patient-initiated follow-up, PIFU, which means that patients kept on a waiting list, but it's up to them to phone us when they feel a need. And that sometimes patients welcome that because they're not being cut off, but equally they're not being just brought up routinely. So that seems to work quite well. And yes, so Thursday, Belfast Trust went live with EPIC, which is an electronic patient record. One of the other trusts has already gone live, and by the end of 2025, all Northern Ireland will be on EPIC. And EPIC has MyChart, so you go to your app store, you type in EPIC MyChart, and you can download it. And once your trust is on EPIC, you'll be able to have all sorts of appointments, results there. And what we're planning to do is to attach the results, the genetic results, to EPIC MyChart, so it will always be there. Now, it's a very detailed result, but at least the top line will give the variant and the inheritance pattern. So that's what we're planning to do. And that was the team. And big team, takes a big team to do this, as we've heard before, and I'd like to thank all my collaborators. So, yeah, have you more to?
I think, yeah, there's just a little bit more.
Yeah, okay. Oh, yes.
So the next little bit of the talk was Professor Keegan wanted to mention the pediatric pathway. So not only do we see adults with inherited retinal disease, we also see the children from the Temple Street Hospital. So this started during COVID. Our fellow went down to the hospital and looked through the electrophysiology testing and picked out all of those children that had suspected IRD that didn't have any genetic testing, and then we offered testing by way of phone call and teleconferencing. But now the ophthalmology team down in Temple Street will refer patients to us for genetic testing, and we've been testing the children for IRDs. And some of those have come back negative, and obviously our negative pathway is to get a whole genome screening done now, and we're going to try and get that done through Trinity College. And obviously the children are the ones that we would be hopeful that we'd put through first. And I just wanted to mention care plans. Sorry, hold on, I'll go back to that. So the retinitis pigmentosa, we've now produced a care plan for retinitis pigmentosa, and this was a collaboration between the patients, the patient support group, and the clinicians, and they've decided on a pathway for patients who've got retinitis pigmentosa, the diagnosis, what should happen in hospital-based setting, what should happen in the community, and follow-up. So it's a really important thing to do. So there is a care plan for any inherited any rare disease. So there's a model of care for rare disease, but this is a special care plan for a particular condition. And obviously there's lots of syndromic conditions. I know that the Usher syndrome care plan is in discussion at the moment, and one of the ones that I would like to see come through now is the Bardet-Biedl and the Stickler syndrome care plans. So this is a care plan that has been endorsed by the HSC, which is great. So where are we now? There's an estimated, we've got about 2,500 patients, as we've mentioned. Not quite all of them have had accredited genetic testing. Some of them have had research grade testing, and I've mentioned those earlier, and they've been negative. So we're just going to wait and talk about them in our MDT and send them to the blueprint as well. So there's a greater than 80% resolution rate. About 550 of my patients I've seen for genetic counselling. They've all got access to the eye team probably every 18 to 18 months now, and they've access to our eye clinic liaison officers so they can get grants and supports that way, and access to clinical trials. So I just was going to put together a little bit, I'm not going to fly through that one, but I just want to talk about the cases of non-syndromic inherited retinal disease. So when we do a test, we're looking at 322 genes, but for our patients, we've only found genetic changes in 89 genes, and for 35 of those patients, they're the only person that we found with a mistake in that gene. So that's really important, and what we need to do now is we need to think about collaboration very, very much so, because those patients, we don't have anything to go by for those patients. We know that there are probably patients in Europe or patients in the UK, but we need to find out what's happening to those patients elsewhere so that we can give that information to our patients. Of the patients that I see, about 22%, about a quarter of them have got syndromic disease. So although they've got an eye condition, they also have other areas of the body affected, usually the kidneys, the cardiac as well, and they're kind of the main areas. So it's very important when we see a patient with a syndromic where it's going to affect more than one body system that we get them screened for the other potential areas that they could run into problems. I'm just going to go on to the next slide. Okay. And of the syndromic ones, obviously there's quite a few there. So our most common one is Usher syndrome, Stickler and Bardet-Biedl are next. And then we have quite a few single cases of syndromic conditions where they're the only person in our clinic who's got that condition. And there's a few more now, actually, because this is a little old. Care plans. So all of the patients that come to our clinic can now get access to a care plan, so they can get pictures of their eyes the last time they were seen and the time now that they're being seen, so that they can see a difference between the last time they attended and now. And also in that, they'll also talk about the prognosis, whether they're registered to be, they're at the stage of registered blind, whether they're able to drive, whether there's any other secondary complications, or whether there's any extra body systems that can be affected. So it's a very useful little care plan for our patients. We've just diagnosed our 5th case of RPE65 homozygote, so there should be genetic, for this patient, we should be able to, now that the Luxturna has been accredited here in Ireland, they should be able to get access to Luxturna. And there was a recent Irish Usher syndrome publication where it was an all-Ireland study looking at 145 people with Usher syndrome. We were able to say that most, 3/4 of them, have Usher type 2 and about 1/4 of Usher type 1. And we found about 20 new genetic variants. So it's a very interesting study that we've just done. There's also been a study on the Irish Stargardt population, and we found a particular gene alteration which causes a pseudo exon, so it's a little extra piece on the Stargardt gene, and it causes a mild to moderate phenotype, but it seems to be an Irish-specific gene alteration which has just been found and published as well. I wanted to mention ERNI. So the Mater Hospital and the Eye and Ear Hospital and Julie are involved in this ERNI. So ERNI is the European Reference Network for Eyes. So we see all the rare cases, and we're integrated with all the other centres in Europe. And we're just about to set out and produce this registry. So it's called a rare eye disease registry. And at the moment we're looking at data points and what data points we need to collect. But what's really important about this is that we're going to be consenting patients to go on this registry so that we can share their data, obviously without their names or any identifying details, with other people in Europe, so that we can gather information on these rare conditions. As I said, there's 35 of our patients. There's no one else that we know who've got that gene. So we should be able to share information with other European people and learn more about those conditions. So we're very excited about that. As I said, there's a pilot and there's a very good informed consent in lots of different languages, and we're finalising the data sharing agreement so that it's completely GDPR compliant. I think I'll just end there. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Have we time for one question? Or anybody have a
burning question? No? And down there.
Oh, down at the bottom. Yeah.
I just have a question in relation to patients who are sporadic and there would be no family history.
Mm-hmm.
How would they plan to be dealt with?
Okay, so if you have a new, so it's possible you have a new change. So obviously we're all born with changes. We're all full of genetic variation. There's probably about 3 million variants between me and any of you, and there are different changes, and most of them are benign. They don't mean anything. But obviously the little ones on them that have a change that stop the gene from working, well, they're the ones that we're looking for, the ones that cause disease. And so when we're born, we have half our parents' gene alterations, half our mum and half our dad, but we also make our own. So sometimes you're born and you have a little mistake in a gene that your parents don't have. So what we would do is we just run your sample through our panel. It probably wouldn't change anything. We'd be able to run your sample through our panel and see if we can find the changes. And it could be that you have inherited a gene change from your mum and from your dad. But obviously because they had one gene that was working and one that wasn't working, it was recessive, that it only came out in you. Or it could be that you had an X-linked condition because you're male and your mum carried it and so she wouldn't have shown it. Or it could be that it's a new dominant event in you. So we'd be able to find that out by looking at the panel of genes.
Yeah, I think our time's up.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
So that's it for the end of this session. Just like to say thanks to all the speakers, and I'm sure they're very open to questions in between now and the next talks. Thank you very much.
Hello again, everyone. Would we please be seated? We are ready for the end of the show. So to begin the roundup, could I invite Professor Bart Leroy to take to the microphone once again.
Thank you very much. So, Retina International World Congress 2024. I'm pretty amazed by what I saw. I've enjoyed myself. We've seen Professor Jean Bennett speak about a shared vision. She's shown a beautiful example of a partnership between academia and patients, showing what can be done for LCA5 Leber congenital amaurosis, where she's generated a novel gene therapy, which seems to be working. We've heard Isabelle Odo, Mark Panisi, Leah Byrne to speak about clinical trials, about CRISPR-Cas9, which is a gene editing technology specifically used in this case for CEP290 IRD. And we've heard about research trying to build a therapy for PRPF31, a dominant RP with skipping of generations. We've then heard David Keegan, Sarah Millington Ward on patient care pathways and genetic architecture and gene therapy development. We've heard Robin Ali and his group in London how to generate a successful gene therapy for AIPL1 Leber congenital amaurosis, yet another LCA with a treatment in the works. We've heard Dan Chung talk about gene-agnostic approaches, where supporting the retina that's still there is done by rod-derived cone viability factor. We've heard how you can use optogenetics to leverage the power of cells not photoreceptive by themselves and to make them photoreceptor cells. We've heard how to screen preclinically drugs. We've seen how you develop therapeutic targets for future therapies, and so on and so on. We've seen a couple of posters. I can't go into the details because I'd be here this evening with you, and we want to do other things this evening. We've seen Hélène Dollfus, Franz Kremers, and myself talk about the genetic architecture of IRDs and why it's important. We've seen Julie Silvestri, Tian Keenan, and David Birch, but also James O'Callaghan to speak about AMD and artificial intelligence and how important it is to come up with innovative outcome measures. Outcome measures are things that we can measure so that we can prove that a therapy works, and then convince with these results the regulators, both in the US, in the EU, but also in the other countries, UK, Brazil, Canada, and the others. We've heard Nabin Paudel beautifully speak on evidence-based advocacy in retinal degenerative diseases. The posters told many more stories. As I said before, I can't go into the details. We've heard, personally, that's what I think, a beautiful story by Paul Boskind, who is like Tim Cook, the Apple CEO. He sounds like the Apple CEO, about mental health and vision loss, the ongoing decline of vision, and that it really sucks. And I'm using that wording because we're always afraid of using bad words and terminology. Oh no, don't tell anyone that you're suffering. You are suffering. Whenever you take that little step again downwards, losing vision. And it is totally okay to say that it sucks. But it's not okay to then be down and stay down. You have to stand up and do better and learn again to work with what you have. And actually, if you want to cry, it's okay. But if you look at Paul Boskind, look at what he has achieved in his life. I think that he has a castle here somewhere in Ireland. I would love to have such a thing. So we've heard Professor Eliséon speak in the discussion about what is value. What is value indeed? Are we going to hear health technology assessment people state that a certain drug is not worth the price? Patients need to be involved. That's what Daniela Brolberg was also saying. The importance of mental health was something that she stressed, doing away with fear and anxiety and actually learn to embrace loss and work with it and understand that you are so much more than just that pair of eyes. You are people. You are incredibly well informed as patients. I can definitely tell you much better informed than people with glaucoma, people with diabetic disease of the retina, etc., etc. You are partners of us in our battle, and I'll talk about the battle a little bit more later on. So David Keegan made an impression on me to say, get the first consultation right with empathy. Don't say, well, you're going to go blind in 5 years. To be honest, I've been doing inherited retinal disease for over 30 years, and I've never been able to say, well, in 5 years you'll go blind. That is simply something I don't know. It depends on the patient. I always say when they ask me, because patients do ask, I say, first of all, I'm not sure that I'll ever know, but, you know, I need to get to know your eyes. I need to see you a couple of times to see how your disease in you evolves. And together we'll find out. Julie Silvestri said that showing stabilization over a two-year period, for example, and seeing an ATM could, for example, be something that we could illustrate with VR technology. We need to find innovative ways of showing that a treatment works. And I'm pretty certain we're on a good path towards that. But we need patients to help us understand what is meaningful, what you're going through, what would make a difference in your life. We've heard a war story of what not to say to patients with, for example, in his case, Leber hereditary optic neuropathy, a mitochondrial disease, unfortunately coming from his wife. Mothers share all the mitochondria with their children, so by definition, all children have the bad gene. Whether they then develop the disease is something we are not sure of. We certainly see that it's not all people, and we don't fully understand what triggers it. But he also said something, subjective data become objective if numbers are high enough. And I take that away back to Ghent, where I work most. We've seen Blind Guys podcast and how to share stories in a fun and informative way. We've heard William Wolff beautifully illustrating that retina and artificial intelligence can do quite impressive things. And I personally was impressed that Eye2Gene is up to twice as good as IRD experts in identifying a gene at the basis of the condition. And it goes to show that we need to be modest as so-called experts, because if a computer can beat us, we might not be that good an expert. So we've seen this afternoon in sessions the importance of genetic testing, what you can do with it, and the fact that you have a right to know your gene. If you want it, like Julie said, rightfully, it may be that you're not interested. You have the right to say, but that's okay, I don't want to know. And I have some people who tell me, I don't want to shove it through your throat. I want you to be happy with that potential that is available for you. But remember that also, when you get the results back, it is just not simply not good enough for you to get the result on a piece of paper. Somebody in the know ought to tell you what the results mean, what you can do with this, because you may be more of an expert patient group than many other patient groups. You still have the right to fully understand what the result means and what the implications thereof are. The key takeaways that I think should wrap the afternoon up is, first of all, we've seen that the Retina International Lifetime Achievement Award 2024 went to Professor Elise Eon from Toronto in Canada. You've seen Elise multiple times on the podium. You see that she's engaged, that she's a wonderful person, apart from an incredible IRD expert. She is the reason why my daughter is called Elise. And that tells you how much I appreciate what she's done in her career, because she's always been an inspiration to me personally. I think that you have to walk home understanding that your partners feel empowered to do stuff with us, and I'll be briefly talking about it in a second. I took away from this conference that this is a warm atmosphere in which we, clinicians, clinician researchers and patients are one. One group looking at cures, looking at how we can do testing better and what to do with it, but also being totally okay with saying suffering and talking about suffering and how to try and help one another through mental health support is totally okay. If only we've made this something we can talk about, that mental health part, then that already is quite an achievement of today and yesterday. Innovative science is certainly there for us every day to see the incremental steps towards solutions for all of us. And I'd invite you to maybe sound a little bit pathetic, but I do mean every word that's on the last sentence here. Let's build a better future together. And we are doing that because you may have heard about the fact that some of the innovative treatments don't get to market. And that is indeed true. We obviously have people at the regulatory level who have to think about whether a therapy is good enough to be let loose on patients. They do carry the hat that protects you, and that's the way you ought to see them as well. But they need our help, your help, and IRD experts' help in understanding what is important for you. Is it not such that bringing down speed of degeneration, stabilization, rather than always and every time improvement is worthwhile? I think so personally. And I get the impression that regulators have no clue about that very fact. So we need to educate them. We cannot see them as enemies. We need to see them as partners with whom to work to get those innovative treatments back to you. We have started initiatives. I've spoken about that earlier. And on Wednesday, we've had another day where, in a closed meeting, Retina International, the Foundation for Fighting Blindness USA, Fighting Blindness Ireland, many other patient groups, pharma industry, regulators from EMA, European Medicines Agency, that is, Food and Drug Administration USA, and IRD experts were together in a room. The Chatham House rules were the rules that we abided by, which means that we basically say everything we want, albeit with respect for one another. But we can be hard and direct. And we did do that. We were hard and direct. But I think we again took a step in the right direction. We now know that the regulators are listening to our patients. We had some of the patient representatives bring stories that really shook the regulators. And that's what was needed, exactly that, to show them what we, IRD experts and patients alike, want from novel treatments. And what we also don't want. We don't want perfect vision. We're not going to generate perfect vision from many of those, if not all of these, innovative treatments. But improvement we shall. I want to personally thank you very much. This is not the last person, I think, speaking. But I want to thank you for being here, for being enthusiastic. I've met many people I know, but I've met many new people and made new friends. Thank you very much and have a safe travel home.
Thank you very much, Bart. I'd like to invite Franz Pedora and David Sanchez to the stage from Retina International. Franz, David, are you here? And also Professor Jane Farrar, if you're here. If you're here, sorry.
David will start. You get David start. David to start. You want to go any fit up? You can stand here. This way. Keep going.
Here? Okay. It's okay? Okay, thank you. Well, thank you very much. Well, first of all, on behalf of Retina International, I would like to say a big thank you to the team of Fighting Blindness Ireland and as well the board. I think they have done a great job, a great congress, so congratulations to all of them. Second, I would also like to thank the Retina International team with, on the head with Avril, Sinead, Katrina, Kelly, Nabin, Andrew, and Ellen, all of them. They have already done a fantastic job, and as well all my colleagues in the board, with our chairman, Franz Badura, on the head. I think there's been a really, really nice and interesting days here in Dublin. It's my first time here in Dublin, and I think I will never forget it. And for me, it's been a pleasure being part of this board, you know, and for the first time, you know, it's important that all of you know that these kind of congresses, you know, they have always been in English for everybody, you know, and there is a huge community outside English native speakers who want to become part of, and today we have had the first Spanish panel in Retina International World Congress, which I think it's really quite important because we are trying to innovate, we are trying to be inclusive, and I hope that in the future, in the next Retina International World Congresses, it will be possible to have an instant translation in order to include some other people, French speakers, German speakers, Asian speakers, you know, from all across the world, because I think we have the same problems around the world, and we've got an important barrier, which is that we cannot see, we are blind. But we've got the same problems. I think we need to be all together. We need to be more inclusive, and we cannot let that language is another more barrier. So I think we need to improve in this way. We need to be closer to some other different regions of the world. We cannot forget Asia. We cannot forget Africa, you know. I was speaking with my colleague, Manny, from South Africa, and, you know, he told me he's doing a really big effort to disseminate information between African countries. But we need to make a step and to stay closer to these people who is living in these countries, and that they for sure have the same problems that all of us or most of us. And in the Spanish panel, I really want to say thank you to Professor Muñoz from Panama, who, you know, who allows us to go to the past, because the reality in this country, in Panama, you know, it's completely different, for example, than the reality in Spain or the reality in some other countries here in Europe and in North America. So, in conclusion, I would like to say that it's been a really fantastic Congress, but we need to improve, we need to be more inclusive, we need to improve in accessibility, and we need to stay beside all the people around the world, independently the language, independently the part of the world where they are living. So I think we need to be all together and try to push all for find the treatments, the cure of these conditions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. I'd now like to invite Professor Jane Farrar to come up and present the poster and oral awards sponsored by AbbVie. So we'll start with the poster awards, the best poster awards. Number 1 is John Feheli. John doesn't appear to be here, so we'll make sure he gets it. Number 2 is Lucia Kelkova.
Congratulations, Lucia. Wonderful, great, well done. Congratulations. I'd just like to say that I think everybody's a winner. Anybody who actually put the data together and got their projects together and put the posters up. I thought the quality of the posters were absolutely amazing. So, so we actually, they're all winners. But well done, Lucia, as well.
And the third poster winner is a familiar name, Naomi Chatterton.
I promise I wasn't involved in the judging because Naomi's on my own team. So.
The best selected oral presentation sponsored by AbbVie goes to Jessica Carantou.
Many congratulations, Jessica.
Thank you.
Jessica gave us a beautiful talk on the repeatability, really, of testing and microperimetry. So it was a wonderful talk. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
And again, all of the talks that were chosen, and there were 5 altogether, they all did a fantastic job. And it's always really, really hard to choose winners. And I truly believe that everybody is a winner. Everybody who actually puts data together, who puts their heart and soul into their research is a winner.
Thank you, Jane. If you retain any information from this final session, here are the 2 pieces that are very important. Drinks are here at 7 p.m. followed by the gala dinner in this very room. That's at 8 p.m. That's the first part of the information. For those of you who wish to go and join a little bit of movement to relax, there's Dance for All in the Goldsmiths Room 3. Goldsmiths 3 after at 4:30. So they're the final bits of information to hold. It's important, just before we hand over to our successors, we'd like to give one message from Young Ireland. And to do that, we'd like to invite a member of the Retina International Youth Council and Fighting Blindness to say a few words to you. It's my pleasure to introduce Miss Jessica Kennedy.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Jessica Kennedy. I'm a 21-year-old new media student and member of the Retina International Youth Council representing Ireland. I'm a dancer, a dance teacher, and a paracyclist, and I live with Stargardt's disease. I'm very proud that Dublin has hosted the fantastic Retina International World Congress in 2024. It has been an amazing event to attend. We've made many new friends and sharpened old alliances to bring us into the future with vigor and renowned hope. The meeting of so many influential people in the pursuit of eradicating retinal conditions in Ireland is world-class. We at the Retinal International Youth Council opened discussions on Wednesday to talk about our collective global goals. And at the same time, the leading research clinicians in Europe gathered to discuss the future of eye care, clinical trials, and creating the treatments and cures for the decade to come. We have gathered the leading scientific minds to focus us all and each other on the way to achieve our aims. And today, we have shared it all with each other. We have danced and laughed and enjoyed the very best of an Irish welcome. On behalf of all young people living with retinal conditions, I thank you all for coming to Ireland and taking part in the meeting of tribes. This is, after all, the location of where knowledge was kept safe and alive during the Dark Ages. We hope you have enjoyed all that Ireland's capital city and its people have to offer. Please take away everything that this event has the potential to be in future years, when perhaps the breakthrough cures and treatments grow ever closer. Wherever your onward journey takes you, be warmed by the flames of hope and our collective efforts we deliver. The young are full of energy and enthusiasm, our elders full of collective wisdom. The cure is waiting, let's find it together. Safe journeys and mind yourselves. Gur míle maith agat a cóide agus láinte.
Thank you so much, Jessica. That was lovely. We have one final formal handover to do. We have a little piece of Ireland in a bag here. It's a small piece of peat, and we would love to hand it over to our colleagues in Foundation Fighting Blindness for USA 26. If there's anyone here, we will hand it over with pleasure. If not, we won't keep it, we'll send it to you, because it's been a pleasure hosting you, but it's time to move on. And with that, I think what we'll do is we'll invite Franz Pedora to say goodbye in his own inimitable style.
Thank you, Lee.
To the right, to the right.
Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, there's nothing much to say after such a great wrap-up Bart was doing. I was also asked to give a wrap-up, but Bart, as you already told you, you are really a brilliant moderator. Then this was really nice. I enjoyed it, the whole meeting, and I think it was one of the new things we experienced this year. This innovative features of panel discussions. I think it's a refreshing element, new element in the conference, and it was really, really great. And for that, we need persons like Bart and Elise today for this very, very interesting panel to mental health. Please allow me a personal note to this panel today, because I don't want to top the patient journey stories, but very brief. I was diagnosed 3 months to my 18th birthday, and I had the same experience. The clinician said to me, okay, you will become blind, you will become 18, driver license, you can forget, bye-bye, something like that. And I, completely depressed, leave the room. Then he running after me and said, oh, stop, come in again, please, please. Retinitis pigmentosa, it's so rare, it's exciting. Okay, please. He forced me again to sit down in the chair. And then by accident, obviously he had, after that, to give a seminar for these medical students. And then they were coming in about 30, 35 medical students, and everyone with a bright, strong lamp looked in to my retina. I was like an in vivo experiment. I felt unbelievable, but it's 38 years ago. And the positive end of this story was 30 years later, 2015, together with this clinician, I was awarded from the German Ophthalmic Surgery Association. They built it up something like a Hall of Fame, and he and I, we was the first one who were be awarded. It was a funny story. Meanwhile, he died, but I will never forget this situation. And as it was mentioned this day, this first consultation, where you get your diagnosis, you will never forget. You, as Sylvia was saying it, you remember exactly what happens there. And this is a take-home message for all clinicians. To be careful, to be empathic in these situations. But furthermore, I have to thank, of course, there was already said a lot, of course, all our sponsors. And in front of them, of course, Johnson & Johnson, they're a diamond sponsor for this meeting. They make this event happen. Thank you so much to this company for this great support. It was very important. Thank you. And as I said already yesterday, for me, it was like closing a circle. 34 years ago, I was here for the first time. It was my first Retina International World Conference, 1919, and now 2024 for the second one. It's amazing what happened over this long time, but to come back to the ground, my eyes as well became worse and worse. All of us make the same experiences. And as I said, this unbeaten guest we have to tackle with every day, and I learned it from Paul this morning. It's not a guest, it's a beast. And he or she is always present, and we have to learn to live with it and to cope with this disease. But I think there are ways. You don't have to be too desperate, but when you have to cry, then cry. When you have to laugh, then laugh. When you are in a good mood or in a bad mood, to let it be. Let it be. It is really necessary for a patient to be honest to yourself and to show emotions when they come up. It's absolutely necessary and it's allowed. Okay, I think I forget something again. Thank you to all the Irish people, to the locals here. You did a great job, and thank you to Adrian, the chair of the board. We met yesterday evening for the first time in person. It was a great conversation. Thank you all. The organizers in the background, of course, our team from Retina International. You did a great job, as David already said. I'm really proud to be allowed to serve as a chair for this wonderful board. my colleagues there, and thank you so much. And at the end, as always, I was requested to give another piece, and everything what you want to do it, and do it in your way. Thank you so much. Safe travels home, and see you hopefully in 2 years at the East Coast in the United States. Thank you so much.